Hello. Have a good one.
What can I do for you? Hey there. See you around.
Well met. Can I help you?
Hey, what's up, Falcon?
Hey there. See you around.
Glorious, glorious Dustwalla. Good. Just took the day off yesterday. I was thinking they might release the pre-patch or whatever because of all those rumors. And when they ended up not doing it, I just kind of took a chill day, so now we're back and ready to grind. Yeah, we'll get a pretty good stream in today. I want to go to somewhere around like 43 or so. So yeah, probably like good 7 or 8 hour range. Glad I could be of service. As someone who is frequently fixing their sleep schedule myself, I understand. So we're mostly starting from scratch here in Dustwalla. We did just a couple of the initial starter quests when we were here before, at like level 33 to 34, right before STV. But still have like 95% of this zone to do. I think the human starting area, like in Elwyn, I think it's good enough that you probably don't have to really worry about going to the Draenei area. I do think the Draenei area is better than the other option. Like, it's pretty good. I don't think it's as good as the Blood Elf starting area, but it's definitely high tier. The But so is the Elwyn Forest area. That's really good as well. Prior to Azure Mist Isle and the Blood Elf area getting added, I think the Stormwind starting area was generally considered to be the best one. Certainly seems a lot better than the Night Elf and the Dwarven Gnome starting area, though. One thing to look out for in this area is we're starting to get to the questing range. Well, first off, I can finally get a head and neck piece in this area, which is nice. But we're also going to start running into some mail gear with decent stats. So you want to be sure to start stockpiling up on decent mail gear for level 40 when we can equip it. Some of the quest rewards in this area have some pretty good statted mail gear that it's worth hanging on to.
Hi, how are you?
Are you planning on PvPing or PvEing to get your gear ready? Yeah, it'll be a mix of both. After the pre-patch hits and I, level up a fresh Shaman, I'll be definitely doing some amount of PvP just to kind of get used to enhancement for PvP and also to get the rank 14 weapons. It doesn't actually take that long to grind out the double one-hand weapons once the pre-patch hits. And so I'll just kind of, it'll be like a mix and match of, doing some light raiding and kind of like pickup groups or whatever with people I know. And doing some of the honor grind to get rank 14 stuff, especially for weapons. Not worried that much about it. I mean, I'll do my best to get pretty good gear going into TBC, but I mean, I know starting a character right when the pre-patch hits is, I mean, certainly not going to have the absolute best gear going into TBC if you're doing it that way, so I'm not going to get too hung up on trying to, like, get bis of everything right before TBC just to replace it right away. The rank 14 one-handers especially are quite good for enhancement because they have a really slow speed, which is ideal for our burst damage. I'm not 100% sure if this was one that was added for TBC, since I mean, there are a ton of quests that were added for TBC in the Dust Wallow area for both factions, so this very well could be one. I just normally, played on the Horde side up until recently, so don't actually know if this was in the game before. I believe Alliance has more new quests in the zone than Horde does. Probably over half the quests in this zone currently are new for Alliance. Just don't remember exactly which ones. It's not so much that one-hand shield is better than two-handers for leveling at this level range. It's just that I'm playing solo self-found, so it's just about weapon availability. On the Alliance side, from 30 to 40, you can get a really good one-hand and shield out of some quest chains in Duskwood. And the Alliance doesn't really have any good two-handers that you can get from quests until like really late in the 30s. And by that point, you're about to switch to dual wield one-handers permanently once you get to like 40 and 41, so it's kind of no point in using two-handers for 30 to 40 on Alliance side unless you run dungeons or you buy weapons ahead of time. If you're able to buy a really good blue two-hand weapon off the auction house in the 30s, then yeah, by all means, you can use that up until the early 40s, but once you get to early 40s, you definitely want to be dual-wielding one-handers the rest of the leveling process. This drop rate is crushing me so far. I think it's supposed to be like a 50% drop rate, but we only have one after killing like a dozen of these things. A little more annoying than usual because being an underwater quest, you have to just constantly resurface to eat and drink. At least as Shaman, we can just water walk and then eat and drink. You don't actually even have to go onto the dock, but you can jump onto this thing here. That works fine too. Any idea how long getting maybe just the rank 14 set and weapons would take? I mean, just the weapons alone would be something you could bang out probably in like less than a day of grinding stuff. I mean, it's all going to depend on how efficient your group is for farming honor. Like, if you're just pugging, of course, it's going to be slower than if you do some sort of good pre-made. If you go for the whole set, yeah, you're probably going to want to take the time to actually maybe try to set up or get into some pre-mades, because farming the whole set plus weapons will definitely take multiple days. If you're just doing, like, you know, a few pieces, like the weapons, and then maybe some other random piece you're missing, then, you know, you can kind of just bang that out by yourself in part of a day. Doesn't take that long. Certainly compared to how long the High Warlord grind takes on Classic normally, it's almost nothing. We'll put the spirit gear on here while we're just kind of running back and forth.
My, you're a tall one.
Hearth is set here, but pretty much just as fast to walk back from here than to Astral Recall because the inn's way up here. Assuming I can climb up this thing.
Hey there. See you later.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the mechanics work for like stockpiling honor ahead of time before the pre-patch hits. Not sure if they have a cap or
Good day
what.
to you. Safe travels. Need help?
Okay, so we did finally get a piece for the head. I'm only going to use it temporarily. We're going to get a better piece that has some strength here in a sec. And then we can finally get a necklace piece up in this area as well, which we'll do shortly. Actually getting kind of low on water walking supplies here. Oh, okay, so they're trying not to let people farm up too much stuff ahead of time. Made a couple changes here from the last go-around. On my initial trial run, I was skipping this quest chain, the Gnat Pagel Is It Real? I realized this one's actually not bad. I decided to skip this one instead, the Mudrock Soup and Bugs. The turtles you have to kill for that quest, they have a really low drop rate, and they also have thorns on them. So if you're a melee, especially a melee using a quick weapon, it's really annoying to have to kill like 24 of these turtles that have big thorns damage with a quick one-hander. So unless I get super lucky drop rate on the first few of those turtles we kill, I'll probably just not actually finish that quest chain.
You need something?
Instead, we'll do this one that we skipped last time. My god, come back here. You actually have to apply this debuff to yourself from your inventory once you get the quest. Oh yeah, we're definitely getting there. For sure today, we'll get up to the good old burst damage threshold. Enhancement Shaman starts getting pretty fun to play from 41 onwards.
Hello. See you around.
Yep. We'll do a little ogre massacre as well. See what RNG has in store for us. Maybe we'll get one of the green axes instead of the blues. Maybe we'll get 2 blues. Who knows? The green axes, I mean, they have like 4 less DPS, but they have actually much slower speed. One of the green axes is 2.8. So even those would be fine to get as well. So it would be our main hand. Slower the better. So next part of the Gnat Pagel questline that we were just doing just has us go back to town to turn it in, then you get to fight some giant sea monster. Just making a real quick detour over here for one quest. Most of this stuff we're not going to do till like a few levels later. But there's one quest over here that gives a helm that has 10 strength. which is going to be a lot better than any other, the stats on any other helm we can get at this level range.
Good day to you. Safe travel.
This one.
How are you?
Yeah, the reagent thief.
See you around.
We're just going to kill the stuff that drops us venom for reagent thief. We'll turn it in, get the helm upgrade, and then just hearth back over to continue that quest line. I don't know. I mean, I've never seen 2 blues from 1 mob. I would think no if it's the same drop. Also check to see if that rare spawn ogre, Logrosh, is up. The guy that can drop the pacifier and the blue boots, blue mail boots. Basically all 3 things that he drops could be useful in different situations for Shaman. Pacifier is a pretty low drop rate. I think it's like 10% or something. And on most servers he's going to be camped and not up, so it's definitely not... I'm never really assuming I'm going to get the weapon upgrade from Logrosh. You just kind of may as well check while you're in that area around level 38. So this thing is... I didn't notice this one was 39 when I started fighting it. Might have been a mistake. Because I just hit 37, so my... Yeah, my weapon skill and stuff is a little bit low. Yeah, I think by the time we get to the ogre farm portion, we're about 41.5 or so, give or take. And then I kind of just have it written into the route, even through the guide, just grind it out there till 42. There's some leeway, like if you've already bought yourself god tier weapons ahead of time for like the early 40s, then you can kind of just... You can leave that area and just go back to Dust Wallow instead of grinding the ogres. But if you're doing solo self-found, you probably want to spend like up to a level grinding that area out just to make sure you get a main hand upgrade. It's on the Alliance side, otherwise you'll be stuck using the level 41 Vendor White Axe for a long time if you don't get a weapon upgrade there. Search Shaman TBC, found your VODs, very cool, glad you're enjoying them. It's been on a journey myself for the last 2 or 3 weeks to work on prepping my Shaman leveling speed for the pre-patch. I'll be leveling one up from scratch on a new server as soon as the pre-patch hits. And that'll be my main for TBC initially.
Hey there. Hello.
Okay, here we go. Wanderer's Cover, Strength and Stamina, and a leather hat is... I mean, eventually we'll get a mail helm here in the next few levels, but for now this is a pretty nice upgrade. I think it's worth taking this pretty quick detour over here just to do this one quest for now. We'll head back to Theramore and just kind of continue the quest chains up in the northern area.
Can I help you?
Oh,
Hey there.
didn't want to give me that quest. I would definitely suggest enhancement for leveling on TBC. On Classic, you can go with either. Like, before the TBC pre-patch hits, Elemental's even a little bit better, 40 to 60. But, as you'll see on this stream, like, when we hit the early 40s, Enhancement gets so many buffs. All of the buffs they get for TBC that make them really strong pretty much kick in the early 40s.
You need something?
So right now we're kind of just like doing slow, methodical damage to mobs, but once we get to the early 40s, we turn into a burst damage machine. Alright, so this last quest here is the last part of the chain that we started over here from Nat Peggle. We're basically just shooting cannons at a giant sea beast here. You don't actually have to fight this thing. Just kind of run around and avoid its water breath and shoot cannons at it. You get hit by his breath, it can send you just flying super, super far away. If you get knocked back too many times, then this sea beast will start killing NPCs and stuff up here, and you can eventually fail the quest. So, it's nothing difficult. For the most part, you just run around in Ghost Wolf. Go back and forth between the cannons and click them, try not to get hit by his breath. Yeah, the first few days of pre-patch will be pretty crazy. Especially if you're on a PvP server, since I bet there'll be a bunch of people that are trying to just gank all the new people leveling Blood Elves and Draenei. Sitting at all the boats and the quest hubs and stuff that they start getting to in the 20s. Might be a little wild. Down at 3,000, maybe I should have just ran up and attacked him at this point. We somehow did it.
Greetings.
This is a decent helm, but we're actually going to get a better mail helm later, so for now I'm going to take the shoulders.
Later.
Just because while I'm still stuck using leather gear, these shoulders are, I guess, a slight upgrade to this cloth Int Spirit ones. Alright, back out up into Dustwallow. I held on to this Defias and Dustwallow quest from earlier when we were here at 33, just turning in those quest chains. Otherwise, you would have to run over here to pick it up, but we're gonna complete all of this Defias and Dustwallow quest line right now. This is the turtle quest that I think I'm skipping this time around as a melee, just because it's so annoying. Just because I'm full health and stuff right now, I'll kill a couple of these as I go north. Maybe if I get really lucky drops on the first few I kill, I might continue or complete the quest, but it feels like this has a pretty low drop rate. To the point where I don't really want to waste my time killing 2 or 3 dozen of these turtles, where you have to eat and drink after like every few of them, just because their thorns does so much damage when you use a fast weapon. Yeah, even just fighting 2 of these, I'm already pretty low. I'll have to kill some Naga or Murlocs at some point and get some more fish oil. Do you see a lot of other players? No, not on the beta. There aren't too many people testing the lower level stuff, so I've been able to report like dozens of bugs because there's just so few people doing the 1 to 60 stuff on the beta. Actually more than usual. Okay, so there's like almost 10 people playing under level 58 right now, which is the level that your pre-made characters start at. If you don't transfer your own 60 onto the beta, you can just make a pre-made one at level 58. I'm starting to see more and more of it fixed now. Like for a couple weeks there wasn't that much fixed, but over the last couple weeks it's been ramping up, so a lot of the quests that were uncompletable, which was kind of the main things in the early levels in the Blood Elf and Draenei area that I was worried about, like that stuff has been fixed. So they've been making progress the last couple weeks. No, I'm just doing my own thing. I just got back into the game a month or so ago. I kind of took like a year off from Classic WoW. So I'm just doing my own thing. So it's like for the other speedrunners and Joanna and all them, they're like by all means, I'm sure their guides will be great too. Just the one I'm making is pretty much specifically designed around leveling a shaman quickly without any gear or money ahead of time. I'm not trying to compete or anything. I'm not selling my guide. It's just people can use it if they want to. It's sometimes fun to have differing routes. I do think it's kind of cool that even between speedrunners, like the routes that our guides take are considerably different at points. Can I get up here? Come on. Unlucky. So it's starting to shape up pretty well now. When I first started 2 or 3 weeks ago, I didn't really know much about shamans or the alliance side of questing. But at this point, I'm feeling really good about the route we have so far, up to like the mid-40s. Still have to do a little bit of work from 45 to 50 on the alliance side. 50 to 60 isn't that much different than Horde, so that part should be easy. But we're up to like 5 hours faster than the trial run I did earlier, so
Can I help you? Be careful.
I think the route's looking pretty good at this point. Yeah. And I mean, the people that are charging for the guides or whatever, it's mostly just because it's going to be an add-on in game, and that's pretty cool if they actually have managed to get everything up and running with the in-game add-on. Like I certainly don't mind people charging for something like that takes a lot of work behind the scenes and coding and whatnot to put together. My guides are more of they're like kind of short, abridged things that people can just kind of glance at real quick and then be like, okay, I know what I'm doing for the next hour of play. I'm definitely not trying to compete with the other speedrunners or Joanna or whatever by making super flashy detailed guides.
Good day to you.
Just kind of
You need something?
writing stuff down the same way that
Things on our friend.
that I use for myself when I'm doing these runs, and feel free to use it or not use it as they wish. Also, I know that sometimes people like to make like more detailed versions of my guides because I don't put that much effort into, you know, editing and putting links to all the quests and all that stuff, which is something I don't mind if people do either, so anyone can feel free to use the content in my guide and just kind of change it to their own use or to update it, make it look better, add more links, you know, customize it for themselves. It's all good. Ooh. Killing these frogs. Maybe I should be switching to my white mace. I still need some one-handed mace skill. These type of mobs right here, like these kind of squishy casters, as soon as we get to level 41, we'll be killing those type of mobs in about 2 seconds. Once we have our burst damage talents and all that. For now, our damage output is still pretty low as a shaman, but we're getting real close to when it starts to get
What can I do for you?
pretty badass.
Good one.
There's a couple items for this quest you have to pick up, and they're just kind of scattered completely randomly on this island. Okay, here's one of them. Doesn't look like the other one's in this camp area, so it's probably just on the shore somewhere. Like these questy marks here, they're pretty much just showing you the general area where this thing is. It's not an exact location. Yeah, here it is. There's a bunch of different spawn locations for these two items. You just kind of wander randomly around this small island until you find them.
Greetings for the Alliance.
How long did it take to get the sickle axe to drop? Last time I don't know, like 45 minutes or something. I ended up maybe killing 150 ogres or so. Not sure what the exact number was, but something around there. And that's about right. I think it's kind of like a 0.5% drop or something around those lines. But it can drop, 2 green axes that are upgrades to what we're using also. So between those 3 items, you should have like above a 1% chance per kill to get a main hand weapon upgrade. They are real squishy, as long as you don't let them enrage too often. How good is grinding mobs compared to questing in Classic? I feel brain dead. Is it decent to just run around killing stuff? So you don't need to grind mobs anymore in TBC, just because there's so much more quest XP available. I mean, there is a phase even during this run where I'm going to be grinding mobs just for hopefully just like half a level or something for a particular purpose to get a weapon upgrade. Since we're doing solo self-found, the amount of weapon upgrades I can get for one-handers on the Alliance side is not very good, so that's why I'm going to be grinding 41 to partway through 41 to 42 off of those ogres that can drop a bunch of different weapons. But for the most part, you can very easily just quest all the way to 60 if you want to. In fact, there's so much quest XP available after 30 because all the quests give 30% more. And they also, there's just more quests in general in TBC that you can actually just cut out zones you don't like. You'll generally just be able to, like maybe you don't want to, on Alliance side, you might not want to run all the way to Feralus, get on the boat, go way out to that little island and do all the quests there. You might just be like, I hate that place, it's too much running around, waiting for stuff. You just easily cut stuff like that out. Definitely do not need to do every questing area in TBC, so no particular need to grind. If it's like a specific item that you're grinding for, then I think it's fine to have a small amount of it in there. In general, it's going to be a little slower than questing. Probably should have been a little more thrifty with my use of water walking. Oh, we are getting some more fish oil from these things, at least. It's a little easier if I just water walk around for this whole quest. But running a bit low on the old fish oil. And we gotta make up for a year of getting swole now. I can never manage to go to the gym reliably unless I'm basically playing games at the same time. So whenever there's a CCG that I'm into that you can play on like iPad or something, then I don't mind going to the gym and just doing the stuff where you can play games at the same time. But if there's no game that I'm interested in, I always like suffer, or my workouts suffer, and I end up not going to the gym for a long time. Just getting pretty unlucky on these salvages. It's like a 50-50 chance to drop the salvage or to have one of these ambushers show up. But even if they do show up, you don't get a quest item from killing them like you do with some of these other quests. Yeah, like Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, that type of thing. Actually kind of like going to the gym when I'm just like playing CCGs or watching Netflix or whatever and doing other stuff. It can be pretty relaxing. There's one that I'm kind of a little bit into. That's it's in beta right now. It's called Skyweaver. Once they actually release that so that the progress isn't reset, I'll probably be playing that a lot more. It's a pretty good game.
You need something?
Okay, this helm is one of the ones that it's definitely worth saving for level 40. 13 strength, 5 stamina, male helm, that's pretty huge. So, hopefully I don't vendor that by mistake. Hang on to it until we can train the ability to use male gear at level 40. I'm so bad at knowing which of these hills you can actually go up in this area. It all seems like they're gentle slopes you should just be able to run over, but no such luck. We're gonna complete a bunch more quests out in this area before we go back to town to start turning the stuff in. Still have, let me switch this white weapon a little bit to level up our mace skill. Won't be too much longer before we're switching to a mace in our main hand. Since we have a quest where we just have to kill these random level 1 critters here, as we'll get a few extra points of mace skill. We also have a quest for these guys here. It's just not showing up when we hover over them. It's like not showing up on Questy for some reason. Which probably means it's one of the new quests for TBC. Okay, that's good enough for now. So we're going to hold on to this helm for later. Put that to the side there so I don't accidentally sell it. Any of these ghostly mobs right around Witch Hill give us credit towards this words, yeah, this quest. What's haunting Witch Hill? There's a bunch of quests that come from this hut over here. Most of them you can kind of just do as you're doing the other quests in the area. And that's just wandering up in this kind of this top part of the zone. A wide variety of quests from that hut that send you to different areas up there. Try to get up to this raptor quest here. This quest line gives me the necklace I was talking about. We still don't have a neck slot. It's pretty well statted too. It's just strength and stamina, which is pretty much ideal for Shaman. backup strategy. I mean, I guess you could get someone to summon you to the Elwyn Forest human starting area if you really wanted to, but I'm hoping they do a stress test so people can kind of get an idea of how crowded the Blood Elf and Draenei starting areas will be and how much layering they're going to use. Kind of like they did on the original Classic Beta. Generally the method I do for the stress test from a couple years ago and from the launch starts is just to kind of skip one or two of the early quests that if other people are doing them, just kind of get ahead of everybody on the quest chains so you don't get stuck on like one particular quest where you have to kill 15 mobs to get 10 different drop items and everybody's waiting for respawns. If that happens on launch, you're better off just skipping that quest, going on to something else, or even just getting XP from grinding mobs off in a corner where other people aren't.
Hey there, have a good one. Light be with you.
Worst thing you can do is just sit in one area waiting for respawns with a bunch of other people that have the same quest. I think earlier on this run, I pointed out the specific quest I was kind of planning on skipping for the Draenei area, at like level 3, if there are other people in the area. That's generally how you just get ahead of the pack, is as long as you don't get stuck on any one particular quest for like 10 minutes, you can be assured that most people are going to try to just do the quests in order and get stuck on them to the point where it becomes kind of like a bottleneck. So as long as you just keep going, keep grinding, keep killing mobs, skipping quests when they get too crowded, you will get ahead of the pack pretty quickly. Yeah, this time around, so I took a year plus break originally. I didn't stream too much after the leveling on Classic, just because the stuff we were doing, I felt like it was kind of boring. It was mostly prepping everybody for raids and, grinding out reputation and doing that stuff. This time around, I'm not going to go as hardcore into raiding. I'm going to do the raids, but I'm not going to try to be just super sweaty, getting, going super hard for the server first and all that. Instead, I want to get into more of a hardcore leveling. There's a hardcore leveling community, and there's also the leveling race cups they have every month or so, which are often hardcore as well. So I'll probably I'll be continuing to stream after all the leveling stuff is done. It'll just be a little bit more of a mix. It'll be like occasional raid streams, maybe occasional PvP streams. I'm still not sure how much PvP I'm going to do on Enhancement. And then probably still just a lot of hardcore leveling streams, and whenever they have the leveling competitions, I'll be streaming those as well. So there's not really much, if at any at all, content out right now on hardcore leveling guides for TBC. So I might get into making some of those as well at a later date.
Greetings. Light bless you.
This quest here is one of the ones that used to be bugged, but it seems to be fixed now. Just make sure. early in the beta, this quest was not summoning the mob that's supposed to show up after you put this torch down. The last time I tried it, it was working fine. The rules for hardcore is that it's basically solo self-found. There's no auction house, no mailbox usage. And you know, if you die, you delete the character. Like the second life abilities, like the Shaman's Ankh and stuff like that, doesn't count. So even if you have your Ankh up and you die, you gotta delete your character. You can't like bubble Hearth away. That's outlawed too. Or items that make you immune. You can't like use immunity items and then Hearth.
What can I do for you?
Let's see, is any of this stuff good for... I guess these boots are okay.
Be careful.
They're not that great. I guess we'll just use this for now. Yeah, it kind of the hardcore solo self-found stuff. It kind of became a thing after I got burnt out on original classic and it stopped playing. If I had known that that was going to be something that kind of rose to popularity, I probably would have stuck around and gotten into it. Because I always liked playing, you know, hardcore Diablo and stuff like that. So seems pretty fun. Just be kind of more exciting to always, you know, be streaming where at any moment you could just be seconds away from a horrific soul-crushing death.
Can I help you?
I've been trying to avoid deaths as much as possible on this run just because it's like kind of slight training for hardcore, because I haven't done the hardcore stuff previously, but I want to get into it. We've had a couple deaths on this run, but they were both kind of early levels to Murlocs, like right around like 18 and 20. I'm pretty sure I haven't died since level 20.
How are you? See you later.
And that was because I was doing a quest chain that was like 5 levels above me, and I was just kind of running in to suicide grab a quest item for an upgrade. As far as I know, add-ons are allowed as normal for the hardcore stuff. I also think that potentially going for like speedrun times while doing hardcore could be something that's pretty fun. Since I think most of the time... Oh, shit, got extra raptor here. Most of the time when people are doing hardcore, they're kind of going like glacially slow to be as safe as possible. Whereas when I do hardcore, I'll probably still be kind of like pushing the boundaries, trying to go as quick as possible while remaining reasonably safe. Dude, the hardcore in early Diablo 3 was so troll. There were so many mobs that would just like one-shot you from off-screen in the later acts. Or it would just like explode on you as you went through a doorway, and you'd die before you could even react. Life was tough. So, ideally you would make a bunch of bandages here on this escort. Unfortunately, I found myself a little bit behind on first aid for this run. Or I wasn't able to get up to 150 skill until just recently, so I haven't trained Silk Bandage yet. These type of escorts are pretty much the ideal time to just make like 5 dozen bandages while you wait around. Need to capture more of these raptors. I'm a little paranoid if I go all the way over there to aggro that raptor, though it might fail to escort. Yes, I'll be going to 60 with this character. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to get that done before the pre-patch comes, since this will pretty much be what I'm doing as soon as the pre-patch hits anyway. Hey, what's up, Lorswat? Cruising through these last few slow shaman levels. Pretty close to getting to the good life of the 40 plus range. Back at the start of the beta, there was a bug also where you could channel this quest item to capture the raptor on one of these things, and then you could, come on, you could like switch and target this one, and it would capture the full health one over here instead. But it seems like that's fixed, or maybe it's not. Okay, I guess instead it just let me capture none of them. Not a very good deal. Now, this has actually been a pretty quick level so far, and we've even got a pretty good stockpile of quests still to turn in. Dustwallow is just such an amazing zone for TBC.
Hey there. See you around. What can I do for you?
As soon as we finish these couple quests, which are the last two in this raptor line, then we'll get that necklace. We'll finally have something with stats. They just added a ton of quests to this zone for both factions in TBC. So while in original classic, you might be like lucky to get a level out of Dust Wallow, maybe a little more on the Horde side. Here on TBC, you can get a good 3 or 4 levels out of Dust Wallow. This northern area has more quests on each side, and then there's that entirely new quest hub down here in Mudsprocket that both sides can access. You have another like couple dozen quests or so down in this area. We'll be doing those later in the early 40s. So yeah, I would say that Dust Wallow is definitely one of my favorite zones now for TBC. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Alliance got out of Dust Wallow previously. I never actually, I don't think I'd ever actually done this place on the Alliance side prior to the changes they made here for TBC. Two to 2.5. I think you might be shortchanging Dust Wallow a little bit. I think it should be at least 3 for each side. It's depending on how much stuff you did. Because we were here a little bit earlier. I don't know, maybe got like a quarter of a level or a third of a level out of this place at 33. Right now we're going to end up getting almost 2 levels, and then we're back again later for another slightly over a level. Yeah, it's real good now. I mean, especially since all these quests are high enough level that they get the, oh god, I think I died to this part last time I was here, too, because, all these wolves these things summon, they have so much pushback. Yeah, all these quests get the 30% extra XP for TBC. So I think just on the run I'm doing here, it would end up being... yeah, probably a little bit under 3.5 levels out of Dust Wallow. There's a couple quests I skip, but we do almost everything in Dust Wallow. Wait, how do I actually unleash these raptors? Oh, it's this chicken haunch. And it's got some pretty good rewards too, since Prior to coming here, I didn't even have a headpiece or a neck piece. We'll have both here shortly. It's a good spot to get a bunch of mail gear for level 40 as well. Holding on to some stuff like this Crimson Barboot, or however the hell you pronounce that word. Yeah, real nice upgrade at level 40. Alright, let's go get our neck upgrade. And we'll get this, finish up Jarl Needs Eyes, and then pick up all these quests over here. Hearth back to Theramore. We'll have a bunch of stuff to turn in there. And then we do kind of just one more circuit up in the northwest of the zone. Trying to finish everything in kind of the upper half of this zone for now. And then grab the flight path down here for later. Then when we come back here, we'll do the south or the southern half.
Hey there.
Pendant of Ferocity.
Bloody lions.
Alright, finally got a neck piece. Wasn't there a nerf on mage AoE boosting? Yeah. So I'm not sure exactly how the meta shakes out since, like, some classes got a lot of their abilities AoE capped. I think some classes still have some stuff that's not AoE capped. And I'm not exactly sure how it works with all the AoE items, like engineering and stuff like that. Yeah, boosting will still be a thing, but it won't be as nearly as big of a difference. Like, the difference between leveling 1 to 660 normally on original Classic versus getting boosted was night and day. It's so much faster, but once the pre-patch hits, you know, boosting won't be as quick, and also, even kind of the weaker leveling classes, if you have a good route, you should be able to go 1 to 60 in like 3 days or less of played time. So you won't be really missing out on as much leveling speed if you can't afford a boost or you just don't want to play that way because it's boring. So I'm going to be playing White Mane for the TBC launch. Then I'm also going to get into the hardcore community after TBC and start making some hardcore characters. So that'll be on... The community's on, like, Blood Sale right now. So at some point I'll be making some characters there as well. I'll kind of be playing like both factions actually, since my main for TBC at the start will be Enhancement Shaman on the Alliance side. But for hardcore and stuff, I'll probably have both factions. Maybe do some more Horde stuff on hardcore. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It seems like every time an expansion hits on WoW, I'm just like leveling something new on an entirely new server. It was like, oh, people I know are playing on the server randomly, and I kind of lost track of like the reasons why, but I very frequently find myself over the long history of WoW just re-rolling things from scratch on a server that I've never had a character on before and that I never have money on, so got pretty used to doing kind of the solo self-found style. Have they done any free server changes on Classic? I took a break for a while, but I remember back on Vanilla, they occasionally would open up the free ones when certain servers were just crazy overpopulated. I don't know if they actually ever did that on Classic. I get the feeling that if after TBC has been out for a while, if they still haven't made any fresh servers, I think we'll start also seeing a lot more of those community projects where they get a bunch of people that try to re-roll all at once on a kind of dead server as like a makeshift fresh start. It seems like people are clamoring for fresh servers more and more, but I still haven't heard anything from Blizzard that leads me to believe that they're planning on doing that anytime soon. Hey, what's up, Vito? Yep. There will be some explosive ogre killing in the near future. Aiming for around like early to mid 40s on this stream. So I don't know, maybe like 43 or something. Partway through.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
So we're starting to get pretty close to the big ol' enhancement shaman power spike of the early 40s. Alright, time to turn in a bunch of quests and clean out my inventory a bit here.
can I do for you? Safe travels.
Looking for something specific? See you later.
Actually, have more gold than I thought I would at this point. Although we
Need something?
do need to buy a vendor axe and a bunch of new shaman skills at level 40. So most of our gold will go to that here in a couple levels. SM boosts. Are you doing oh yeah, you're doing alliance side too, right? Yeah. What's the ideal weapon that you get out of SM?
All I ever wanted was to study.
I was actually kind of looking into seeing if it would be possible to solo that Divino-Manic Rod, like the big Zerg event, but I don't think it is. Because, like, in theory, if you could solo that part of the Saving Sharpbeat quest line in, like, the early 50s or something, the Griffin Rider's Hammer would still be really good, but God, they just had to... If it was just to kill a boss in ZF, I feel like I could do it on a Shaman in the early 50s without much trouble. Oh, whoops, going the wrong way here. But they had to make it that stupid troll event where you just get swarmed by so many of those things. Seems so hard to solo. Maybe at some point I'll try it in like the mid-50s just to see if it's possible. Not on this run, but like maybe make like a pre-made character or something.
Well met. For the Alliance.
Or I guess it would be a level 58 character. Just
For the Alliance.
What can I do for you?
if for some reason you were actually able to solo that, that would be pretty big.
What can I do for you? Go with honor, friend.
Soloing the guy that actually drops the quest item should be easy enough. Like, it's not, I'm not even worried about that. I'm just worried about the 50 trolls you have to kill before he shows up. That's kind of where I ended up, where I also don't think it's possible before the point where you're too high level to make it worthwhile anyway.
Great to meet you.
But maybe if I...
Be good.
Wait a second.
What's on your mind?
Ah, here we go.
Safe travels. Great to meet you.
Got the AFK quest here. We'll be back in a sec. Oh yeah, you would... For it to even be possible, yeah, I was thinking, like, best case, you might be able to do it, like, 53, 55 or something, but even then, I'm pretty doubtful. I mean, it definitely seems like a worse option than just going to AV. Although, technically, it would still be a good offhand. Actually, I can't remember off the top of my head if it can be used in the offhand or not. Alright, we're not going to turn this in quite yet. This is going to be the last quest we turn in, where you talk to Jaina and she teleports you back to Stormwind.
My, you're a tall one.
King's honor, friend.
Oh, it is main hand only? Okay. Yeah, whatever. That's certainly wouldn't be able to solo that quest before 51, so I suppose that option just pales in comparison to getting the AV weapon.
Hey there. See you later.
sword's easy enough to get. Usually have to kill quite a good number of these murlocs here. Drop rate on the head is pretty low. Oh, we got a rare spawn here. Ooh, agility on cloth. Oh my god. Okay, Searing Totem still finished it. I thought that thing was just gonna walk away forever because that last Searing Totem shot got resisted. So restock my fish oil for water walking a little bit too. That Oh, you're talking about the healing mace from SM? Okay, so that would last you all the way to 51. That's pretty good. Could avoid doing the ogre grind that way. I got really good RNG this time around on the Murloc heads. So I got to kill way less of them than usual.
You need something?
Mm-mm. 9 spirit legs. Seem good enough to go in the spirit set. Oh wait, Questy is lying to me. I already did this quest. Okay. This is basically replacing these other 6 spirit leggings. I didn't even realize we're so far into 38 already. So yeah, by the time we're actually done here, we've gotten, yeah, a full 2 levels, maybe a little bit more than 2 levels since the stream started. And then we also got like a quarter of a level earlier at 33 from Dustwallow. And then when we come back here at like 41 or 42, we get about a level and a quarter. It ends up being, yeah, probably just under 3.5 levels for this route that you end up getting out of Dustwallow. Yeah, we actually we added that into the route at level 33 this time around. On this current run, as we're going down south to get into STV, we stop over in Dustwallow at 33, basically just to complete that missing diplomat chain. You get a ton of XP in that nice ring, and to grab the flight point for later so that we can just take the boat from Booty Bay and then fly here from Ratchet. Yeah, it definitely felt better this time around, like adding that in there. You come over here and you fight almost nothing. You have to fight like one mob. But you end up turning in like 4 quests here in Dustwallow at 33. Or I guess it's more like 3 or 4 mobs, but nothing difficult. Just do the really easy quests here while we're grabbing the flight path. Still got, yeah, Jaina's signet ring. Still wearing that. Oh yeah, that would be helpful for sure, since we use a shield for a while, but I'd have to... You have to level blacksmithing pretty high to make that, don't you? I guess the only reason I use a shield for the most part is that we're playing solo self-found. If I had money to buy stuff off the auction house or whatever, I'd probably just use like a blue two-hander. Oh yeah, the thing's gonna aggro a bunch more. Should have frost shocked this guy earlier. Okay. These things are just bouncing around all over the place, I guess. I guess it's probably at least worth mentioning in the guide then for people that are just trying to gear themselves up ahead of time, that if you do plan on using the one-hand shield combo, yeah, it's probably a pretty cost-efficient use of gold. If they are only a few gold on the auction house. I'll take your word for it, because I have no idea what stuff sells for anymore. Yeah, this guy make me run all the way over here. Yeah, I'm with you on that struggle. Coming back and having no resources after a long break from the game. Actually, I had like a couple thousand gold when I stopped playing on Classic, but I just gave it away to people who were actively playing the game. I pretty much got nothing at this point, even if I were to bother transferring a character. Yeah, I mean, I would love fresh servers too, but I'd be pretty shocked if they put one out anytime soon. Just for some reason doesn't seem like something that they've really been seriously considering. Seems to be a lot of demand for it, but I don't know, maybe they have their own reasons for not doing it. They're worried about it just making the server population balance even worse or something. Yeah, I guess from that standpoint, Falcon, it'd make a lot of sense if there was like a long period of time, for example, in the future where there was no new content patch for live WoW, and they were like in between phases on TBC or something. And if they were gonna do it, they might target something like that, so at least they have something for people to be excited about if there was no other content for a few months. I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't train the lower level stuff, does he?
What can I do for you?
Ah.
Have a good one.
Alright, once I get back to Stormwind, I definitely have to train my silk bandages. Slacking a little bit on my first aid earlier, so kind of behind.
Need help? Light bless you.
I mean, you could always just rush to the Elemento Plateau, just kill as many of those as you can. Either while leveling or right afterwards. Probably going to be super inflated prices, because everybody that's rich is just going to want to buy their blacksmithing weapons right off the bat. Alright, just doing these last couple quests up here, and then we are done with Dustwallow for now. It'll end up actually getting us a little over 2 levels here since the stream started. Really nice, efficient zone, to be sure. Stream, yeah, has only just hit like the 2-hour mark, so for a shaman pre-level or pre-40 shaman, 1 hour per level, it's pretty good. I think on my last run, I didn't do these last few quests up here at this point. I did them later, and it was kind of awkward, because I had to go way over here and then like run way down to Mud Sprocket, and it seems much better this time around to just finish these quests ahead of time, and then we already picked up the flight path to Mud Sprocket, so when we come back here at 42 or so, we can just fly directly down there and do everything without having to run around the zone.
Can I assist you? Good luck, friend. How may I help? Till next we meet.
Lucky. But I was far enough away from that crocodile that it wouldn't get a last attack off, and I turned my back on it. Only these caster mobs that actually drop the note that we need for the quest, or the note fragments, I should say. God, I do not want to fight all of these things at once. Oh, this belt is actually quite a bit better than the one we have. Even if we're only using it for a few more levels. It's a decent upgrade. We need 4 of these note fragments. And a few more of these weapon caches, and then we're turning everything in and done with Dustwallow for now. I know where this one came from.
Greetings.
Eh.
Be careful.
We have 2 different quests to talk to Tabitha, but we'll just do those when we come back later in a few levels to do the bottom half of Dustwallow. We can go turn in this Jaina quest now. We'll get teleported to Stormwind. Oh, I actually made it all the way to 39. Just about.
Shh, I'm trying to think here.
Welcome to Theramore. Have you come to help?
Light be with you.
Easy teleport. Okay, so while we're here, we want to pick up the white vendor axe, Francisca. You purchase it right up here. We don't use it till level 41, but we may as well grab it right now while we're kind of close to one of the vendors. Hopefully we don't have to use it for too long, because it is not particularly good, but about the best we can do. Solo self-found until we get a drop.
Talk to me. You
What's
got my
your deck?
attention? Safe travels.
Alright, so we also want to learn silk bandages, which ideally I would have done earlier. I was a little bit slow leveling first aid. I think the Alliance, I think the only first aid trainer in Stormwind is somewhere in this cathedral. Not sure if there's one more conveniently located, but at least I know where this one is. There's also a quest down here we want to pick up, yeah, they're Mazin's Behest. Be doing that line.
Greetings. Safe travels.
Make a few of these now. I've still got my first aid books in the bank, so scale this up a little bit now. I can actually use them. This quest here leads to Desolus, so not really interested. Too far away, too much travel to get there. Mobs a bit more easy in TBC compared to vanilla. So the mobs are the same strength with the exception of mobs that used to be elite. There's a lot of mobs that were elite in Classic that got changed to be non-elite in TBC. For example, all the mobs outside of dungeons, and then a lot of quests that were marked as solo previously, but had you kill elite mobs. Most of those quests are now non-elite.
How are you? Hello.
We haven't trained any skills since 34, so definitely want to do a bunch of Shaman class skill training here. Might actually be a little bit faster to just fly to Ironforge and train Shaman skills there, because their Shaman trainer's right by the flight path.
Blessings
We're
upon
going
you.
up to South Shore anyway. A lot of stuff that we don't actually get while leveling a Shaman.
Safe journey.
Just be broke all the time if you actually leveled up every skill. Most of that other stuff isn't really too useful for solo leveling. Okay, so we're up to the South Shore, Arathi Highlands, Alterac Mountain portion, which should get us to 40.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, I think in the future, probably just fly north to Ironforge and then train right by the flight path and then continue up to South Shore. Be maybe like a minute faster than running all the way out of town down to that water area to train at the Shaman Trainer in Stormwind. I was going to dump this stuff into my bank for another level or so. I forgot to stop by the bank, but shouldn't really make that big of a difference. Pretty close to 40 anyways, at which point we want to go back and train everything and then take all the mail gear we've been holding on to out of our bank at that point anyways. So I still haven't found in South Shore. I didn't run into any of those assassins for the quest starter item there yet. I'm curious if you actually need to be on a certain quest step for them to spawn. I feel like now that I've progressed one of the chains, the assassins might show up as soon as I land in South Shore. We'll see. You actually have to kill one of them to get the quest starter in order to progress up to the quest that has you kill Baron Valdis, which ideally we're going to be doing at this time with all the other Alterac Mountain quests. But I need to get a hold of one of those assassins in town first. We're starting to get to the really juicy enhancement talents now. It's pretty much all the buffs enhancement got are on the bottom of their tree. The next point goes into weapon mastery, and then as soon as we hit 40, pick up dual wield. Then storm strike is our next point, and then 3 points in dual wield specialization. 6% hit from 3 talent points is pretty huge. Pretty huge value. And then all of these quests down here are all of these talents are pretty good. At the point that we have dual wield, then weapon mastery gets really good, so we'll finish that up as well. And get the attack power buff when we crit, which will pretty much be up close to 100% of the time, since we'll just be critting constantly with dual wield and Wind Fury. Then that kind of pairs well with the mental quickness also. We'll get more bonus spell power from the extra AP. Then Shamanistic Rage is amazing for our kill speed efficiency also. It's pretty much like a super mana potion on a 2-minute cooldown. We basically a full mana restore most of the time. And you do tend to run out of mana pretty quickly on Enhancement Shaman, more so than you run out of life. Yeah, the 40 to 50 range Enhancement Shaman gets insanely powerful compared to what we've been so far. I heard somebody say that this quest, Further Mysteries, like having that ready to complete, had something to do with the assassins showing up in South Shore. We'll see when I land. assassins so far. It'd be pretty unfortunate if we never ran into them on this run, since it does kind of block access to one of the quests if you don't run into them.
Greetings. Be careful.
God, there's a corpse of one just sitting right here, so I guess we just missed it.
Light be with you. Light bless you.
We do come back here at 41 though, so I'll have another chance to kill an assassin somewhere in the town and get that quest line. Oh, here we go. Gotta make sure to do enough damage to it that you get the kill credit before the guards kill it. Now we're talking. Okay, so we got the quest starter item.
Need help? For the Alliance. Be
So
careful.
that unlocked the quest to kill Baron, which I was planning on doing right now, so that is ideal, because we'll kind of be up in the area where all those quests are anyways. You know, worst case, if I didn't find one of those assassins right there, I could try again at level 41 when we're in this area. Okay, so I have a quest to turn in over in this area as well. It's not showing up on Questy, but it is... which quest is it? It's this one, Magical Analysis. We turn that in somewhere over here, and then that leads to another quest chain that we'll be doing, which eventually leads us back to Booty Bay. We'll do that somewhere in the 40 to 41 range. We'll finish up that quest line. Just need to activate the first step of it over here. And that guide, so it's updated up to like 43 or so right now, and basically the steps on the Shaman guide are what I'm doing right now on this run, so if you want to follow along, you can go ahead and open that up and go to the level 38 to 40 section. Point out if and when I mess up. Where's this dude? Yeah, every time they do a new version on the TBC beta, it kind of messes with Questy a little bit, where some of the completed quests just stop showing up on Questy. But I know it's over here somewhere. Aha.
What can I do for you? Go with honor, friend.
I think I have to wait for this guy to RP, and then he'll give me a quest. Yep.
Well met.
While I'm sitting at full health and mana here, I'm just going to level up one-hand mace again a little bit here. We'll be switching over to that mace from Arathi Highlands water quest area pretty soon. We're getting about 40% more mana regen in Ghost Wolf when we switch over to these handful of spirit items we have. The mob we're going to grind for the weapon upgrade is up in this area too, but we're not going to really grind it out until 41 when we get our big power spike. For now, we're just kind of doing some quests that are up in the same area as that mob. We're not going to target farm it yet. I will check for Logrosh, that rare spawn, while we're up here though. He only has 2 spawn points. One's at this cave over here, and one's at the one up north. There must be a new version of Questy I'm missing. Okay, there it goes. Slow on the updates. I think we're far enough in this cave that he would be showing up with my target macro. So he must either be down or he must be at the northern spawn up here. This guy has a pretty long respawn also. I think he only like 21 plus hours or something like that. This is a guy that drops the two-handed mace, the pacifier, along with some blue boots and some green shoulders. Even the boots and shoulders would be an upgrade for us at this point. Oh, he's up over here. Okay, nice. Now, when pre-patch actually hits, if I were to actually get the pacifier here when we're about to be level 39, I probably wouldn't even use it because I have 0 two-hand mace skill. And we're going to be switching to dual wield at 40, so there wouldn't really be much point in leveling it up just to use it for part of one level. But it's such a valuable item that I wouldn't be mad if I got it instead of the blue boots. I could at least sell it for a bunch of money. on a fresh server where I have no money. Oh, we got the worst item drop. But slightly better than the shoulders we have for now. I was actually hoping for the blue boots that guy can drop are probably the best item. For purposes of making us stronger here on the beta, since I wouldn't really be able to sell the pacifier. Oops, I do not want to mess with this elite that wanders around here. I don't even really know what the hell this guy's for. Maybe some other quest or something. But we can kill this guy pretty easily at 41 when he spawns and walks around where we are, but for now, I don't want to mess with him. Oh wait, I think this is part of that. Yeah, there's like a quest chain where you have to pick up 4 random items across the world, I think. I don't remember what the name of that quest chain is for, but I think that's what he's for. Oops. Got aggroed from a long-ass ways away. Not sure why I can't Ghost Wolf. It was counting me as not outside when I was just kind of close to that burned down house. this castle over here that has a bunch of the warmongers in it. It's kind of the area we'll be grinding out a weapon here in a couple levels. Off these warmongers here. Right now we don't kill them too fast, but 41, once we get our burst damage, we'll be blowing these things up pretty quickly. On Classic currently, these are all elite mobs up in this area. Oh, big weapon upgrade. Just kidding, daggers are trash. Okay, we're done with this area for now. We're gonna cruise up along here and complete 3 or 4 more quests in that area. And we can just hearth back to South Shore, turn a bunch of stuff in, and we'll start working on the higher tier of the Arathi Highlands quests. Starting out with that water area down by the cove, where we can get the weapon upgrade. Oh, whoops, took a wrong turn. Do I think grinding that weapon is worth it? I definitely think it's worth it if you're playing solo self-found on the Alliance side. If you're on the Horde side, you have access to a really good one-hander in like the mid to late 40s, so it's not as important. Or if you're buying weapons ahead of time, because you already have money on the server you're playing or whatever, then you don't have to really worry about it. But yeah, if you're playing on like a fresh server, you don't have money already, you're on the Alliance side, it's definitely worth grinding out a weapon, because there's like almost no upgrades to the white vendor axe we have here. Like we're stuck with this in our main hand, unless we grind out a weapon for a long, long time. Just kind of the way it works on the Alliance side. They just don't happen to have any good, or very many good one-hand quest rewards from 40 onwards. Hurry 2? What? Am I getting trolled? It's a pretty random Twitch name you have there, considering my name is Rory. Let's see, should I focus on dungeons for the last 10 levels as a druid? Well, druids in TBC get they have better kill speed later on as well. I mean, if you're comfortable tanking things as a bear with a druid, it makes a lot of sense to do dungeons, since you can kind of have your solo leveling spec and your tank spec be mostly the same. So there's that nice overlap where you don't really have to like respec a lot like some other classes would do to solo quest and do dungeons. So it seems like a pretty good idea for druids. Oh, Baron's around here again. Where is this wizard going? Okay, last time Baron was here, he was down in the cellar area, but there was multiple other casters down there, so this time around I actually need to heal to full mana and stuff before going down there. Fight got a little bit iffy last time. On this run, I have not gotten the axe. I wait till level 41 to grind for it, because our kill speed is way higher at 41 once we have dual wield and storm strike. On the trial run we did, like a week or two ago, I did get it after 150 kills or so. Like I said, if you can afford to just buy weapons off the auction house, or are planning on doing dungeons or whatever, then, you know, it's nice, but it's not that important. But if you have no money, or you're playing solo self-found, or etc., it's the weapon you get from grinding it out from those ogres is basically not even going to be replaced by the time you hit 60. You'll use it as your main hand until you get like the AV weapon maybe at 51, and then you can just switch it to your offhand. Even if I get one of the like 2.8 speed green axes, I'll probably be fine with that though. Just something that's better than this garbage ass white axe. I mean, the worst part of this vendor white axe is that it's main hand. Like, that's the part that makes it super unideal, because we're about to get a good mace that's a 2.7 speed from a quest in Arathi. And if we could use that in our main hand, that would be great, but since that white axe is main hand only, it's kind of trolls our damage output. These mages love to zip around. Those are decent. Those male combat gauntlets. I'm not sure if we get anything better by the time we hit 40 for male gear, so I guess I'll hold on to them. Armor 960. Well, when the pre-patch hits, I'm going to be playing, or I'm going to be leveling solo self-found, because I'm going to be playing on a server where I don't have any characters or money or anything. Be leveling enhancement or elemental. Enhancement all the way. Enhancement is really strong from the early 40s onward in TBC. And got some big old buffs. We're about 2 levels away from hitting our power spike. We get dual wield at 40, which is nice, but then dual wield plus storm strike at 41 is when enhancement really takes off. And over the next few levels, we'll get the 6% hit, which will just make us even stronger. Yeah, I'm on NA. These wizards are so hilarious. Just like sprint around buildings randomly. I have not heard anything about any of the prediction stuff, June 1st and whatnot. Oh, we got the rare spawn over here, nice. I definitely don't believe the June 1st date. Like I said on my last stream, I only believe June 1st if they put the pre-patch out, like, yesterday, basically. Since it didn't come out, and it doesn't seem like it's about to imminently drop or anything, then June 1st wouldn't really make any sense for me for the TBC launch, because They've been telling people they want to give them at least a month of the pre-patch. Would have liked to have this helm earlier. Basically, anything in the helm slot prior to going to Dustwallow was great. But now that we actually did Dustwallow, we have a decent hat. There's a rare spawn mob in Duskwood that I kind of go out of my way to kill in the late 20s. That guy has a chance to drop a helm. Helms are pretty hard to come by early on, but this time around we didn't get it. We're just running into all the rare spawns here. Yeah, pre-patch being June 1st. Like that would still make sense for sure. I mean, I expect the pre-patch pretty soon, like either May 18th or June 1st, either of those. Yeah, that would totally make sense. I just... Oh. Damn it, a spirit. Okay, that's a pretty garbage piece. I just don't see how the actual TBC release date of June 1st just doesn't make any sense at this point. Oh. That leak must have been, I don't know, photoshopped or from a really old advertisement or something before they changed the release date internally. Just based on my own speculation, I have no more actual knowledge than anyone else. Okay, last quest up here, we just have to kill this named guy and then pick up a quest starter item right next to him. And we are going right into Arathi down to the cove to do these water quests. Oh, didn't notice I got a second mob there.
Host connection detected. Routing power feed now.
Oh, what up, Shaman? And thanks for the host, brother. Appreciate it, man. How's the shaman life been treating you? Fisherman still going strong? Right on, right on. So, everybody plays on Blood Sail, right? For the hardcore stuff. And is it mostly a Horde-only server, or is there, like, Alliance representation as well? I guess in terms of the hardcore stuff? Because at some point into TBC, I'm definitely going to start making some characters there as well, getting into the hardcore stuff. Oh, it's mostly Alliance. Okay, interesting. Well, I guess the cool part is now that I'm working on an Alliance character, I can just level whatever the hell I want, since I'll be familiar with both the Horde and the Alliance questing routes. Getting dangerously close to the fun part of Shaman here. Only 2 levels away from getting Storm Strike, dual wield, and turning into a burst damage monster. Oh my god, okay. I was almost trolling there. I think we're actually... So I was supposed to set my hearth in South Shore when I landed. It's actually set to Theramore right now, so we're gonna quickly duck into Western Plaguelands here and then just fly back down to South Shore. Reset my hearth before we go into Arathi and start working on the weapon upgrade. Oh man, TBC ruined all your master plan. I guess you gotta level Fisherman as much as you can before the pre-patch hits, huh? Was that a change that was actually part of TBC back in the day? Or is that something they just kind of added here on the classic versions of the game? Yeah, I suppose it's not something that they were probably deeply concerned about people exploiting, huh? Oh man. So, not that I'm gonna do anything in the Western Plaguelands other than just grab the, or take the flight real quick, but there was something I was idly considering, which is technically you can grind out enough reputation to get the enriched mana biscuits as early as like level 50 or so. I was wondering, for the 50 to 60 process, I'm gonna have to wait and see how good my mana sustain is, because we'll have Shamanistic Rage at 50, so I'll have a lot less mana trouble than I have right now. But in theory, if you grinded out a couple hundred of these undead mobs, like level 50 ones here, you could unlock the enriched mana biscuit for the last 10 levels of leveling. And it restores double the amount of mana than any drinks you can buy from the vendors. So it might actually be worth it long term.
Need assistance? You have a great day now.
I gotta admit, this hat is pretty styling. I'll be sad to replace it with this much better mail piece at 40. I pimped out Space Goat, rocking it for another level, but sadly it's hard to turn down 13 strength on a mail piece. We're going to turn in all of these. And then, yep, first thing we're doing are these quests down here once we get to Arathi. Yeah, it's pretty nutty how fast Shaman goes from like a pretty slow, methodical leveler from 1 to 39 to just blowing things up in the 40s. Like, each time, each talent point is so impactful, like, all the way through, up to the mid-40s as well. You get mail gear, you get, like, a ton of new ranks of spells. It's like Christmas morning is about to hit us in another level or two.
King's honor, friend, for the Alliance. Light bless you.
A lot of assassins around here. Trying to turn in quest guys.
Can I help you?
Light be with you. Be careful.
Okay, let me set my hearth here now before I forget again. Actually gonna leave it here for a while.
Hello. See you around. I supply only the finest goods. Safe travels.
Yeah, enhancement I would say is mostly strength you prioritize. And then, you know, stamina is good, mostly at early levels. I wouldn't say stamina is insanely important on enhancement just because you tend to run out of... I mean, unless you end up fighting like 4 mobs at once or whatever, then you tend to run out of mana quicker than you run out of health when you're just sustained killing things. So every time you just have to sit down and drink for mana anyways, you're going to end up as full health before you're full mana. You don't really need a huge HP pool, you know, unless you're playing hardcore or something. Then when I'm doing hardcore shaman runs, I'll definitely be leaning more towards stamina, but for the most part it's strength, and then every other stat is useful but not super amazing. Agility is probably the worst stat at the earlier levels. It can be better once you're past 40 and you have dual wield and everything and all the crit talents, then agility starts getting a little bit better again. Early game agility is pretty worthless. Yeah, I mean, crit is amazing. If you can get a hold of anything that has crit from like the mid-40s onwards, then yeah, that's amazing. Crit, hit rating, expertise are all great. They're just really hard to come by until you get up to TBC levels.
What can I do for you?
Okay, we're gonna do these water quests so we can get that Blackwater Mace as our weapon upgrade. And then this quest over here is a great time to finish leveling up our one-hand mace. Since all these mobs down here are pretty low, they're like low to mid-30s, so we can get our mace skilled up, and then we'll have 4 quests in Stormguard Keep by that point, and then our mace skill will actually be high enough to go take those on. Right now it's lagging a little bit behind since we've been using one-hand axe for so long. As far as I know, there's no add-on restrictions for hardcore, is there? I suppose you guys in the chat from Shaman stream probably know better than me. So I'm intending to get into hardcore once TBC comes out, but I haven't been doing it yet. kind of a good idea as you go to just keep pretty random versions of other one-handers you might use later in your inventory, and you find yourself at full HP and mana as you're running around, just like skill it up a little bit while you kill things mostly with your spell damage. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely way faster, the classic leveling, when TBC comes out. If that's what you meant by easier, then yeah, for sure. Mostly from level 30 onwards. 30 to 60 is a big difference in TBC and the pre-patch compared to classic. All the quests start getting big bonus experience from 30 onwards, once TBC mechanics go in. I actually meant to get Flame Tongue rank 4 at town. I guess I'll get it when I'm 40. I use Flame Tongue on my offhand for 1 level between 40 and 41. Just because we'll be using this really fast axe in our offhand, and we'll be using the mace we're about to get in our main hand from 40 to 41. And then once we get a new weapon, we'll switch back to double Wind Fury.
Greetings.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Hey! Off and away.
The previous run, I ended up with a couple quests left in Arathi, like the final step of a quest in Stormguard and the final step of this, like, water quest down here. This time around, we're actually going to do them at 41. Kind of change the route a little bit, so we go to STV earlier and progress those chains, then we can come back here and finish them.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, I imagine that I'm actually going to have some... Probably when I start hardcore, I'll probably have my share of cocky or overconfident death from just naturally trying to push the limits of leveling quickly. Like, continuing to pull mobs at kind of low health and mana. I'll have to get that out of my system.
Hey! Off and away.
All I can say for these quests is, thank God we're a shaman. Water breathing is a lifesaver. I always do these quests, even on, you know, hunters on horde side, where you can't get any sort of water breathing without using the auction house. But these quests are super annoying if you don't have some sort of water breathing. Let's do this. The safe way is to pull everything from the top first and then work your way down, but feeling kind of adventurous here. Let's try to sneak on in on the mid-level here. Although I definitely should have drank to full mana before I came down here. Let me go to the surface briefly and do this. Yep, I'm looking forward to pre-patch so I can just kind of run into a busy world again and kind of have people racing on different characters. Try to get to first 60s on various different classes. Should be fun. Same voice as Joanna. I guess we're both old white dudes. We've got that in common. This one over here always. Okay, I think I just set a record for finding this. Usually I'm looking around for a minute before I can actually manage to click on this one. I mean, if you're trying to maximize your time efficiency when the pre-patch hits, then just leveling stuff to 30 right now that you plan to level when the pre-patch hits is a good idea. And unless you're had your heart set on Draenei or Blood Elf, then yeah, it's gonna be probably gonna be faster to get boosted to 30 and then go. You won't have as much competition in the early levels. And so there'll probably be a lot of Draenei or Blood Elves out doing things. I'm not sure how quick boosting is anymore after the changes they put in, but I mean, I imagine it's still pretty quick. Although I think from 30 onwards, probably, as long as you have a good efficient questing route, you know what you're doing, just leveling normally from 30 to 60 is probably going to be way closer to the speed of boosting now. Not like 5 times slower like it is on Classic. Oh dang, you stocked up level 30 quests the way that people stock up 60s. Set. What changes do they make to boosting? Mostly they just put an AoE damage cap onto certain spells. So, like, mages won't be able to hit 100 different targets for full damage. Like, it's definitely not going to stop people from boosting. Like, there's enough random AoE items, and other classes, like paladins, can kind of do it as well, since they get Consecrate baseline in TBC, but it shouldn't be as quick, and just questing normally is a lot quicker on TBC compared to Classic, so you're not missing out on as much if you don't get boosted TBC leveling. Okay, where's this one? God, I forgot where this, here it is. These things are so hard to see. Basically invisible, you just have to, like, wave your mouse over until you see something to click on. Okay, let's throw on the old goggles here and disable Questy momentarily so that we can actually see where these things are. There aren't too many spawns of these elven gems up at any one time, but they tend to respawn really quickly. I've seen multiple times where I pick one of these up and then I swim away for like 15 seconds and it just respawns in the exact same place. I mean, whatever your normal leveling speed was before, it might be like up to 50% faster just in terms of like, I mean, if it took you, best way to look at it is if it took you maybe 6 days of played time to level 1 to 60 on Classic, it would probably take you more like 4 on TBC. Kind of depends on the class and the spec you're playing. Like, some won't be quite as fast, but some like Hunter are basically double the speed. Oh, where the hell is this thing? Oh. If it took you 4 days to level a Hunter before, you can probably do it in just slightly over like 2 days now. Or when TBC hits, because Hunters got so insanely buffed for leveling speed. The biggest thing that's just going to make it nice is that you can't really run out of quests anymore on TBC. You actually just have more quest XP available than you even need. So you never have to grind or you never have to do dungeons. You can kind of skip a couple zones that you don't like on the way to 60. That's a lot more... It gives you more options to do things in the game that you like doing, rather than being forced like you have to do a zone you hate or to grind if you don't like grinding, etc. Like, all that stuff is kind of a thing of the past once the pre-patch hits. Okay, this is good. We got 4 of these gems spawning in a close proximity. So probably by the time I actually collect these all, some of these will have started respawning in the same area. If we get lucky enough, I might not even have to leave the small area before I'm done with the quest. Just me, or did those gems despawn? Oh, what the hell just happened? There were 2 gems over here on my mini-map, and now they're just gone. Sort of shenanigans are going on here. Can seem like these quests kind of take forever, and they do kind of, but by the time you're actually done with the entire chain, the amount of XP you get and the rewards and stuff are really, really good. Even though it definitely takes a while to finish all these kind of annoying-ass water quests, the quests are good enough overall that I always did them even on non-water breathing characters. Blizzard said anything about new fresh servers for TBC? Unfortunately, they have not. As myself and a lot of people would probably enjoy playing fresh servers, since a lot of people that have been away from the game for a year or so. Which is, I took a break from Classic as well for a year plus, up until the last month or so. And working on getting ready for the pre-patch. Making some fast leveling routes for Draenei and Blood Elves and stuff. But I'm gonna be rolling on a fresh server where I have no money, so I too would love the option to just play on a completely new server. But I do not expect them to do that anytime soon. Doesn't seem like something they've really taken, or they've really thought too much about yet, for whatever reason. We'll take the 8 int over 4 stamina. Nobody knows the exact time pre-patch is. Every couple days there's like a new leak or date that everybody thinks it's going to be. Seems like the most likely period of time is somewhere between May 18th and June 1st for now. Oh, did they actually announce something official about June 1st now? I thought the June 1st date was just that kind of fake TBC release day leak. let's remember to actually put my normal headwear back on. A lot of times when I do this quest with the goggles, I just end up having nothing in my helm slot for a level or so until I suddenly realize, oh yeah, I forgot to re-equip that.
Time is money, friend.
Alright, this Blackwater hammer right here is the jewel of Arathi. The super good Shaman one-hand mace. You want the slow speed as we're getting close to Stormstrike here.
Can I help you?
We're going to switch over to using that now.
Have a great day now.
What's on your mind?
Work on finishing skilling it up here as we're getting towards 40 and 41.
You need something?
At this point, our weapon progression is going to be... So we're using this in our main hand. Once we get 40 and dual wield, we'll use this blue axe in our offhand with flame tongue, just for one level. And when we hit 41, we've got this white vendor axe ready. We'll switch... This will be in our main hand, and then this mace will be in our offhand with Wind Fury on both. Miss anything? You mostly miss the water quests. A lot of swimming around. Just picked up the Blackwater hammer, so we're gonna finish skilling that up here in preparation for dual wield and Stormstrike. I hold on to this quest over here because it's a great time to finish leveling one-hand mace. Quest is still high enough level at 36 that we get full XP for it, but the mobs that you have to kill can be as low as like 32 or something. So the fact that our one-hand mace skill is kind of low right now won't be that big of a deal. And we can kind of level it up to close to maximum by the time we're done with that quest. And of course, Wind Fury helps with leveling up weapon skill quite a bit. Definitely want to go down to this bottom right corner here to finish. Worth its weight in gold. You can only complete part of it over at this cave, so it's kind of a trap. We're still going to have 4 or so quests to do in Stormguard Keep after this one, but I think we'll take a little detour to Ironforge probably to go train our level 40 skills and whatnot in a moment once we finish this quest up. Right, here we go. Plenty of like level 33, 34, 32 mobs over here. A low mace skill won't be as much of a big deal. It can take kind of a long-ass time to get these 10 witherbark tusks. There's other quest items you have to get too, but the tusks are a pretty low drop rate, so you end up just having to kind of kill a bunch of these trolls as you go around getting all the items. But it's kind of fine. Suits our purposes of leveling up the one-handed mace at this point anyway. Right before we get dual wield. Our weapon's not really doing much damage to these things for now. Once it gets to like 160 skill or something, then it will be hitting these things more normally. Pretty much all the damage we're doing at this point is just from our spells. Oh. We got this, the rare spawn up. This guy can drop a really good cloak. It's a pretty low drop chance, but it's a pretty valuable blue cloak. Oh, we got the headdress instead. Pretty decent stats, but the helm we have right now is better. And we've got this level 40 mail helm waiting for next level, so no need for that headdress. How do you level up unarmed? Just don't really think there's any other way other than unequipping your weapons and punching stuff. There's some caves over here that we eventually want to get to, but some more of the quest items we need for the quests we're doing are in there. But gonna kill some more of these mobs outside of the cave first, because they're kind of lower level, while we squeeze out a few more points of mace skill here. Will be kind of the calm before the storm, since our damage output is pretty low right now, but we're Just setting up for 40 and 41. At that point we'll have close to max skill with one-handed maces and axes, and we'll start doing real damage. Wait, isn't fist weapons and unarmed different skills? Or are they classified as the same weapon skill? Can't even think of the last time I ever used a fist weapon on classics, so I'm not 100% sure. Oh, they do use unarmed skill? I'm not sure I've ever actually played anything on Classic that used fist weapons up until this Shaman. But, I mean, I don't even know what sort of... I don't think there's any fist weapon you would realistically use on a Shaman while leveling up. Unless there were some new ones added I don't know about. I think most of the fist weapons are really, really fast speed, which is... certainly not ideal for enhancement. Oh really? Did they actually have vendor fist weapons that are not like 1.8 speed? Other terrible Shaman speeds. Yeah, back on Vanilla and Classic, I mostly played Hunter. I don't really mess around with fist weapons. On TBC originally, I branched out to a lot more classes where I was playing Warrior as my main, and I had Rogue and Paladin and Druid alts. I was pretty one-dimensional in Vanilla. Mostly just Hunter. Yeah, on the Horde side, the staves are pretty nice since you can actually get the big stick at 32 or whatever pretty reliably. Since that vendor and Dust Wallow on the Horde side sells it. It's kind of annoying to get on Alliance because there's only one vendor that sells it, and it's in Booty Bay, which you wouldn't even naturally find yourself at by that point. On an Alliance Shaman. Okay, we're up to 161. Okay. Should have enough one-hand mace skill that we're actually doing close to full damage now on these mid-30s mobs. Also, I think Horde don't have... I might be wrong because I don't think I've checked all the updated one-handers on the Horde side for TBC, but I don't think Horde have something as good as this one-handed axe early on from just questing. But you can get this axe really reliable at 29 on the Alliance side. It's pretty insanely good axe for that level, and you get this good shield at the same time. I don't know if there's anything equivalent on the Horde side. At least at that low of a level. Oh god. Searing Totem trolling me so hard. I don't know if I like this pull here. The silence that these things do is pretty annoying. Move away so I stop getting hit by that magma totem for a start. Actually, wow, actually only need one more medicine pouch to finish this quest. Wasn't that bad. What did we get up to? 166. Alright, closing in. Only about 30 short of where we need to be. Alright, got him. Let's go ding 40 off this turn-in. And take a quick detour to Ironforge to train stuff. Grab some mail gear out of the bank. Really wish you could set your hearth here in Arathi, but on the Alliance side you can't.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
Right. Partway there to our power spike. Dual wield, so it's nice. We definitely get a big damage increase from dual wield. It's not super huge yet. Once we get Storm Strike, and then a few points in dual wield specialization over the next few levels, we'll start getting real strong. Get some serious burst damage going. So for now, we're done with shields for the rest of eternity, basically. So we'll go on the offhand for a level, and then we'll switch over to this white axe. I bought this from just a vendor in Stormwind a couple levels ago, and hopefully we'll be replacing that at some point at 41 or 42 off of the Crush Ridge Warmongers. We'll have a quest to go kill some of those ogres, and then while we're doing that, we can grind them out. They're pretty squishy, and they have 3 different weapon upgrades that we can use in our main hand that are better than this white vendor axe. Test our luck at that part. Oh yeah, we're getting there. We're getting pretty close. 41 plus, then Shaman gets to real spicy burst damage. Even with pretty bad gear, because I mean, I've got my share of... I guess actually at this point our gear isn't that bad, but... You know. It's kind of a random collection of questing gear. And even that's enough to just blow up caster mobs in like 2 seconds once we get Storm Strike. So just imagine if you actually have good gear from dungeons or from buying it ahead of time on your Shaman. Need this mace anymore. Haven't used any of the onks we bought at level 30. That's a good sign. I have more potions than I even know what to do with. This absurd amount of potions. I think I could probably just bank these. I don't even really need to be carrying around 10 of these old potions. I have 7 of the higher level ones. I can also bank some of the silk cloth. I don't need to be carrying around quite this much of it. I think we already have like 5 or 6 stacks in the bank for the cloth turn-ins later. What level are you expecting to get mount? Probably, my guess would be after we finish part 2 of Dustwallow, which will be like the 42 to 43 range. So, like, we might actually have enough money for the mount by the end of this stream. If not then like within another level. Just because Shaman have to spend so much money on food and drinks as they level, because they're kind of weak in the like 20 to 40 range. But since we have Ghost Wolf, it's not that big a deal. Get this to 180 real quick so I can use one of the first aid books I have in my bank as well. Okay, let's see how much money we're about to blow on new shaman skills. I think it's a lot.
Blessings upon me.
Okay, new rank of Flame Shock and Searing Totem for sure. I want to get the highest rank of Flame Tongue Weapon, but not Flame Tongue Totem. Yeah, there's so much stuff. Yeah, here we go. Flame Tongue Weapon. Want new rank of Lightning Shield, Wind Fury Weapon, new rank, Mail. I don't need any of that stuff. Okay.
Remember the lessons of the past.
It just dinged me for 6 gold, training the bare minimum of spells. I actually have one random quest to turn in up here. So just for this one level here, 40 to 41, will be Wind Fury on main hand and then Flame Tongue on the offhand, just because it's so fast. We can't use that better axe till next level.
Well met. Safe travels.
Bitcoin. I should have invested in Dogecoin. We'll start Wolfcoin. Actually I've kind of a ton of stuff to vendor that should be worth a lot. We have a bunch of just random ass weapons and armor that I can vendor here. Where the hell's the bank? Oh, here we go.
Here there.
Okay, what do we have waiting?
Be good.
Okay, let's unload some of this stuff, 'cause my inventory is just super crushed right now.
What's on your mind?
Need that shield anymore. Oh, yeah, I should bank these potions.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to level first aid while waiting for boats and stuff. We
Interest ya in a pint?
specifically need to do it right now.
Off with you.
Okay, back we go.
You need something? Light bless you.
Update my spirit macro slightly here since we got a little bit of new gear. That looks like this is the only one I need to change. I just like keeping around like 4 or so spirit items to switch into when we're running around a Ghost Wolf at low mana. They've given us like 40 to 50% more mana regen.
You got my attention.
Okay. So once we do this quest here, then we'll have 4 quests that are all lined up in Stormguard Keep that we can do all at once. Still working our one-handed mace up a little bit. It's 30 points away from maxed or so, but it'll definitely be up there by the time we get Storm Strike. And it's high enough now to do all the rest of the quests in this zone. Also make sure to purge off the random frost armor and stuff on casters. It's definitely worth it. Purge is a pretty low mana cost. What you got against ogres, Ratwurst? Oh, we got Rarjar in the chat. Thank you for that, Prime. Appreciate the support, brother. Jar is a friend of mine from another lifetime when we were playing Heroes of the Storm for all those years. On a team with him very briefly. Oh, ran into a rare spawn here. Oh my god. What is this? Wait, who is this guy? He just like two-shot me from the stun. Oh man, I was getting excited about these subs. Just not even paying attention to my health as I get crushed by this guy. And thank you very much, Kentucker, for the Prime as well. Appreciate the support. Alright. I remember that this cave is serious business for the future. That's all good. I've never actually seen this guy before. I had no idea he was just a brawler. Freaking stunned me and smacked me for like 500, even with this mail gear we just switched to. Why does this guy hit so freaking hard? He's not even elite. Usually you don't get hit that hard by non-elite mobs. Let's see. Oh, wow. It was all worth it, though. Look at these pretty sick leather bracers we've been rocking this whole time with 2 stamina and spirit. Take that upgrade. What's up, Nurek? I've been sabotaged here by my former teammates. Man, was yeah, that guy is scary. I don't think I've seen a normal non-elite mob hit that hard in many levels on this run. So be sure to watch out for him on any hardcore runs in the future. He has a 3.0 one-hander? Then what's the... I don't think I've ever looked at that weapon. What's the DPS on it? At least I finally got a chance to use one of these onks I've been dragging around for 10 levels. $18.3. I'm actually kind of curious. So it's probably like a bit of a side grade, I guess. But for 41, when we have a Storm Strike, like a 3.0 one-hander with 18 DPS might actually be about the same or equivalent to this white 2.3 speed axe, even though it's, you know, almost 26 DPS.
Need help? Farewell.
I definitely could have killed him earlier. I guess we wouldn't really use that weapon for long regardless, but when I was coming up from the cove doing all these water quests, I could have made a quick pit stop to kill him up here. It's actually it'd probably be smarter to do it earlier, because so we're here at level 33 earlier on the route. And 33 is high enough to kill him, I believe, as long as you don't. Or as long as you're, you know, paying attention and you don't pull a bunch of ads or whatnot. So it might be worth looking for that guy at 33 when we're in here doing some other quests. Maybe. I guess at that point we already have the Crescent of Forlorn Spirits, but the 3.0 speed would be pretty nice for Wind Fury. It's kind of hard to say. Shaman mechanics are so weird. It'd be hard to guess whether that 3.0 speed weapon or this 1.6 one with better stats and would do more damage through the 30s.
Great to meet you.
Not even sure off the top of my head which would win out. Okay, about to do 4 quests at once in here. Yeah, Sunken Treasure's already done. We're going to turn that in Booty Bay when we're there next. But these other 4 quests can all be done in basically the same location. Here in Stormguard Keep. Nice and convenient. We progressed all the various chains far enough that we can just go in one time here and kind of knock them all out. Yeah, this axe is a banger. On this run we're doing right now, I picked it up at level 29. Like right as my route pretty much dings 29, and then you immediately fight the guy that drops this axe. He's a level 32 mob, so you kind of have to be 29 to kill him easily. I mean, maybe could do it like 1 level earlier, but this axe serves us pretty well. Getting 1 more level in here before it gets replaced. Our damage output definitely went up with the dual wield. It's just not super high yet because we're missing Storm Strike, and our hit is so low, so we don't have dual wield specialization yet. But damage is starting to get there. See if the named mob is down here for the quest. Okay, good. Now that we have a new rank of a bunch of different spells that we got at 40, I see we're running out of mana pretty quickly. Definitely looking forward to getting new rank of drinks and then also getting a shamanistic rage a little later on. For now, we'll just have to settle for the spirit set for a little bit of extra regen. That is one thing that happens when you start transitioning over to mostly male gear, is that there's not as much spirit on stuff, so mana regen definitely suffers a bit unless you hold on to a few spirit items to swap into. How much are they buffing XP in TBC pre-patch? It's going to be the same as it's been on the beta, which is quests that are 30 plus give 30% more XP, and the amount of XP you need to level is lower from 20 onwards, like 15 or 20% lower. So it ends up coming out to like a 40 or 50% reduction in the time it takes to level for most classes. Maybe not quite that much. I guess that's the other example I used, where if it was going to take you 6 days to level something previously, 6 days of playtime, it's probably going to take you closer to 4 days of playtime in the pre-patch. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, kind of based on how buffed your class and spec got with the TBC changes. We just picked up dual wield at level 40. So this is our earliest moments. We're still skilling up our one-hand mace. It's not maxed yet, so the dual wield's a nice damage bonus, and then once we have Storm Strike to go along with it in another level, we'll start to see some real damage output. Doing a lot more damage to these mobs than I was doing like 5 minutes ago, which is because we actually ended up with another 10 or 15 mace skill, so I'm not really getting glancing blows as much anymore on these guys. Yep, we're right at the very start of hitting our power spike here. The 5 levels or so from 40 to 45. Like every single level up you get a just monster talent point that gives you such a huge increase in power. Once you get to the 40s and beyond, you always want super slow weapons for Shaman because of Storm Strike. Storm Strike isn't normalized the way that Mortal Strike and things like that are, so just the slower the better. prior to getting Storm Strike, it's a lot closer. Because slow weapons hit harder with Wind Fury from 30 to 40, but fast weapons proc a lot more of Shamanistic Focus and Flurry, so it's kind of a wash. Pretty much tend to just use whatever the best weapon you have available is up till 40, you know, be it two-hand or one-hand or whatever. It's whatever the highest quality one is, and then from 41 onwards, it's all dual-wield one-handers no matter what. Slower the better. Oh, don't do it. Don't run into those guys. Okay, one more quest in this area. Gotta go get some sort of gem off these ogres, and then we can turn in all of these for a nice XP bump. And do a quick run through of Swamp of Sorrows. Oh yeah, the flurry axes, sorry to break it to you, but those are definitely not ideal weapons. Let's try to sell those now, I guess, before everybody realizes it. Any blue one-hander around that level range that just has like 2.7, 2.8 speed or whatever is going to do way more overall damage for you than that epic weapon. Honestly, probably even a green weapon that has like a 2.7 speed. Wow, Hand of Edward for 100G. Isn't the going rate for those usually like in the thousands? Maybe that was just at the start of Classic. I seem to recall them going for just insane amounts. Realized I could just get up here to make certain quests in this area a little easier later on too. When you have to run all the way to the back over here, you can just hop up on this thing and skip over killing all the mobs. For this quest, we actually have to drop down and just kill stuff for a random drop chance, but... Oh, that was fast. cat attacking my keyboard. Oh shit, we got a fellow exploiter in the chat. Yeah, I was looking for a way to get into the water area for later from there, and yeah, you can go through a little crack in the wall to get there. We'll be back in another level or so to do the last couple quests in that area.
Well met.
A little trick will make it a little easier as well. Best BOEs for leveling. Definitely the best thing you can buy ahead of time for enhancement Shaman. And if you're trying to level Shaman as quick as possible, you should be enhance for pre-patch and TBC. Is to just get the slowest blue one-handed weapons you can get that are right around the level 41 or slightly below range. That'll make your Storm Strike and your Wind Fury procs do a ton of damage. There's a lot of different like one-hand blue weapons kind of in the 35 to low 40s ranges. Most of them are 2.6 speed or slower, which is good. So just pretty much whatever the best one you can find, or the best two you can find. Or even if you can only find one, you can get this Blackwater Hammer from the quests down here in Arathi. This makes a pretty good offhand or something, even if you can only afford one really good blue one-hand weapon.
Hey there.
Be careful.
Okay, these pants I think are an upgrade too. Yep, got some male pants with strength. That's pretty nice.
Light bless you.
How are ya?
Hello. See you around.
A long-ass flight to get down there. We're actually going... I'm going to leave my hearth in South Shore. So we're going for a quick trip through Swamp of Sorrows and then a small handful of quests in STV. It's maybe like a level's worth or so. Then 41.5, we should be ready to return to South Shore and do the ogre grind. Seek out new life, new weapons. What's up, Wicking? Catching the right time. Just about to explode into our power spike here at level 41. Okay, now that we've got a new set of male leggings. Update my gear swap macros slightly. Okay, so I changed my Swamposaurus route slightly from the last time. We're still going to pick up that quest here in Darkshire at level 40 that leads into Netherguard Keep, because by the time we're actually done with all the quests we're doing in Swamposaurus here, we're going to have 3 quests that lead to Netherguard Keep and the Blasted Lands to turn in. So since we're going there anyways, may as well pick that quest up. This time around, I think we should be able to just get in and out of Swamposaurus in like 40 minutes or something. Spent too much time there on the last go around because I was collecting one of the quests in the wrong spot, and then I was trying to do a couple other quests that took a long time that I'm going to be either skipping or saving till later this time. It should be just a quick stop in Swamposaurus this time around. Should be enough to get us to 41 though. I actually have a quest to turn in Stormwind, but we're gonna have a couple more to turn in Stormwind within the next level or two, so just wait till I have multiple or bothering to go turn them in. Yeah, this quest here is what we're gonna pick up as we run into Swamposaurus. You actually have a, as we found out last time, we have only an hour time limit to turn this in. But since our Swamposaurus route should be a lot faster this time, should be no problem. Should be able to get this over to Netherguard easily within an hour. This time around, previously I didn't go back to STV until level 43. This time I'll also be making a brief stop in STV just to do 5 quests or so that are kind of high 30s or low 40s. So I can get those lower level quests out of the way. And we can actually delay going back to STV till maybe 44 plus this time.
King's honor, friend.
So all the quests we'll have left there are the higher level ones. don't remember exactly how much money I had when we were at this point previously on the trial run, but I feel like I've got more money this time around, so might not have to wait quite as long to go buy our mount. Need about 40 gold to train mounts on TBC. It's cheaper than it was in Classic. This quest here is one of the multiple quests that will lead us back to a turn-in Stormwind. Why I didn't detour to Stormwind on the way down here just to turn in the one quest I have right now. No, it's about 40 gold overall for both the mount and the training. You can do it from level 30 onward once the pre-patch hits. Okay, so we're going to line up the quest better this time. The main chain we want to do is this one here, because it also leads us to Netherguard for some turn-ins for more XP. So we're pretty much doing this first quest here right off the bat. It's kind of a grindy one, you have to kill a bunch of random beasts. Then the next step will take us up here. We can actually get like 5 quests done at once up in this area. And at that point we're pretty much mostly done with the zone for now. Just need to do like one more quest up here on the beach and then we can turn everything in at the blasted lands over here. This one quest, you come right into the zone and it hits you with a, hey, go grind 30 mobs right off the bat for one quest. It's putting Nessingwary to shame over here. Oh, what's your played? All the playtime stuff is up here. So we're at 28 hours right now. And the times that it's comparing to over here on the right side are from the previous run where we went to like the mid-40s. Kind of testing out the route. It was a little bit of a trial run, and now that I know what I'm doing on Shaman, I feel like I've optimized the route we started over. I can see that it's already like 5+ hours faster than the previous one. Oh, I've been saving a lot of time so far. This level here should be a pretty big time save too. I think on our previous run I didn't really know how the quest progression went in Swamposaurus from the Alliance side very well. I certainly did not do an optimal route. This time around I know how to make everything line up properly. mace skill's high enough that we're actually doing pretty decent damage now. At least decent compared to our damage up till this point. Still pretty low compared to what we'll have next level. Guy's immune to something. Not sure which element he's immune to. Probably nature. And these rare spawns are starting to hit so hard. Okay, yeah. I think my initial Earth Shock and my Lightning Shield he was immune to, so it took a while to get him down. Around here there's a mob that drops a quest starter called Noboru the Cudgel. He just kind of wanders around in this general area here. Keep an eye out for him as well. Alright, that was pretty fast. Is the last mob we need for the super grind quest. We can head up to the northeast area where you have to pick up all these crystals and escort this dude out of there. Pick up. We're going to do 2 out of the 3 of these. I'm not going to bother with the Pool of Tears until we're back here later. We're going to do part of the Cortello's Riddle quest chain that you start in STV. Or back here later, I'll do the Pool of Tears at that point. Do 2 of the quests from here. We've got a few more over there, and then we'll look for Naboru. So I guess we'll be finishing 6 quests at once up in this same little area. Pretty convenient.
Good fortune.
Hello, stranger. Anything you like? Luck to you.
Or I guess it would even be 7 quests, if you count this Mazen's Behest quest as being up in the same area, which it kind of is. It's a little south of all this other stuff. Yeah, I gotta keep spamming my target macro to look for Naboru the Cudgel here as we go east. May as well kill these things that drop the quest item on our way up if we see them. Oh, there he is. Somewhere. Aha. Starting to wonder. I was like, we've covered 90% of the area this guy could be. They must be way off on the east side. Actually, a billion mobs surrounding me here, so... Get some mana and then wait until he gets into a slightly better area. Resisted my first shock, not the greatest start. Add to my collection of healing potions. Okay, so this gray cudgel we get from Naboru the Cudgel is a quest starter item. get a quest to turn it in back here, and these quests that we're about to do up here will be turned in kind of in the same place. So this add-on that's showing the quests is called Questy. They have a... They usually update it every few days for the beta. It works on most of the stuff for beta right now. If you're just playing normal classic, not the TBC beta, it should be functioning perfectly fine on that as well. Where's this one here? Questy. Just wanted these crystals. I didn't want to actually have to kill a million lost ones here, but they do tend to run away directly into each other. There's also an alliance side quest to... there's like crates randomly on the ground here, and they can have a quest starter item in them as well. Keep an eye out for those as we work on everything else up in this area. And again, I'm pretty much just following the guide I have written out that you can access with the exclamation guide command. If you want to follow along with the steps of the run currently, and access that, and then go to the level 40 section we're at right now. It's updated to about 43 or so right now. As the run progresses, I'll keep updating it. After I get a chance to go back and kind of look through the VODs and stuff and make sure that things I was doing made sense efficiency-wise. I'm gonna clear out this path a little bit before I start the escort. This spot right here especially can sometimes end up fighting like 5 things at once because they're all so close to each other. I can end up just like killing the escort here. Actually kind of a tough choice between, I think, the slightly higher strength stamina. Probably a little bit better. It's another quest starter there, the lost supplies that we got out of that box. Okay, so pretty much got everything good to go. We can start the escort now. I'll probably find one more of these crystals as we go. Also, a great chance to level up my bandages.
You need something?
While I wait for this slow ass to wander around. Don't actually need to finish this one yet. There's gonna be one more quest after we turn in all the stuff we're doing right now. It leads us back up to the corner of the zone here. I can work on this Mazin's Behest quest on the way up there and back, just killing all the elementals in the river that have a chance to drop the quest item. On this one. Okay, so we still have half an hour on our crate that we eventually need to get over to Netherguard. And grab the last crystal here. Yep, so we just finished like 6 quests at once there. Let's just go mass turn in a bunch of stuff here. There's another one of those crates that has the quest starter item in it. More than one spawn, they're kind of just all over the place. Borrow the Cudgel's already back up again. He's got a pretty quick respawn. Wow, wait, why does this guy have a quick respawn? This guy's just a normal rare spawn. Those usually have an hour plus respawn time. We killed him like 20 minutes ago and he's up again. Interesting.
Peace for you.
May the light embrace you.
Got 2 quests to turn in down here now. The follow-up to this one here is gonna, after we do it, is gonna give us the 3rd. Close to done with our Swampasauros part. It's gonna make one more run over to the beach up here. Should still be able to get over to Netherguard Keep in plenty of time. before these creative power stones loses its juice. Discovered last time around that trying to finish this driftwood quest down on the south side is a mistake. There's just so many murlocs down there. But up here you can kind of pick it up without having to fight too many things. Oh damn, it got us to like 2 mobs away from 41. Alright, there we go. Picking up Storm Strike. And now we're... Where's that axe? Okay. So we're done with this blue axe now. We've got this white vendor axe instead, and at this point we're also switching back to double Wind Fury. Instead of Wind Fury Flame Tongue we were using before. Oh, there is a cat blocking my view. Get out of here. Nope, I can't see anything. So our damage should be pretty quick and bursty now. The downside is that we still have a high miss penalty from the dual wield, because we haven't gotten our 3 points in dual wield specialization yet, but that'll be coming up. So our Storm Strike will still sometimes have a bit of a low hit rate. All the potential parries and blocks and mischance, but not for long. Over the next few levels, that will get solved as well. I think the drop rate on this quest item should be just 10% or so, normally probably would have found it by now, but mobs are pretty quick to kill, so not that big of a deal. Okay, let's see if the wood up here is as plentiful as it was last time. Yeah, this looks way better. On the south side of the beach, all of these wood pieces were guarded by multiple murlocs, it seemed like. I guess that's as far north as this wood spawns. Oh man. Piece of wood and an unguarded chest. Mind if I do? Okay. It's so much easier getting the wood on this north side. I'll have to fight 3 murlocs for every piece. We'll try to hit some of these respawns on the way back to this other quest. Even if we don't get this quest item, though, it's not a big deal, because we're back here at like 45 or so. Do a small handful of quests, so it's a level 41 quest. I can just finish it up then if I don't get the drop on the way back here. Morning to you. Not much luck with this drop this time around. So we'll just be doing it later on in the mid-40s. Oh, there's actually some more spawns of these things than I thought on the way back. A few more chances to get it. Well, you caught it at the right time, Revio. We pretty much just hit our power spike. Well, the very start of our power spike. Getting a dual wield and storm strike the last couple levels. And then we're gonna get a bunch of hit, and then more weapon mastery. Basically all the good talents, the talents that they buffed and added for TBC, they all kind of kick in the early 40s for Shaman. That's even with, we're using a white vendor axe as our main hand right now, which hopefully we can upgrade pretty soon off some ogres that drop weapon upgrades. We'll be going to kill a bunch of those shortly. Okay. I've done every quest in Swamp of Sorrows except for this one, but we killed like 20 of those dudes and we didn't get the drop, so I'm just not going to worry about it for now. Try again at level 45 when we're back here later. Alright, so make a quick trip down to Netherguard Keep. We got the 3 quests to turn in. We'll pick up the flight path there. And then move on. Yeah, Shaman starts getting real fun when you get past the early to mid levels. So we're going to make a quick trip to STV, and then we're just doing those 5 quests. That should maybe take us halfway through 41. And then we're pretty much going to grind out the rest of 41 off those squishy ogres in Alterac Mountains. The ones that have the chance to drop the weapon upgrades. Hopefully we can pick up a better main hand while we're doing that. Ramp up our damage a bit. So I don't have to rely on this stupid vendor white axe forever. Three quests all to turn in the same guy.
Well met. For the Alliance.
Wait, I get experience from only... Okay, I got experience from... Oh, I see. One of those was only worth like 500. I'm gonna do the very initial stages of the pirate quest.
Light be with you. Farewell.
So we basically have two quests that go to the same area right by where Pretty Boy Duncan is. One of them is the quest. This one here. So this is kind of a quest that's in the middle of a long chain. And the next step in this quest after we turn it in has us go pick up something next to Pirate Cove, right where Pretty Boy Duncan is. So we'll do that at the same time as the first step for Bloodsail Buccaneers. And then we'll actually finish that chain when we're back in STV at like level 43, 44 range. We're just making a quick stop into STV to do kind of the lower level quests that are like level 39, 40, that type of stuff. Get those out of the way now. Just, 5 or so of them. Because a couple of them lead to other quests that we're going to finish right now as well. Then we'll be back to do the final couple levels in STV. Like 43, 44 range. We still have a lot of quests to do in that zone, but you can finish them all, most of them up pretty much at the same time a few levels from now. Any tip for leveling a shaman? And anything in particular? Like what level range are you struggling with, rookie? Picking a build or... For spec, I would say enhancement when the pre-patch hits. If you're going to level it after the pre-patch or in TBC, definitely go enhancement. If you're just leveling it right now, elemental is fine. But I would say the biggest thing for shamans, just in case people aren't aware, is that, so 1 to 40, it's going to be mostly the same as it is on Classic. Like, you don't have crazy high damage or anything. But once you get dual wield and Storm Strike in the early 40s like we just got, then you just try to get as good of weapons as you can. The slower, the better. That'll give you the most benefit for your buck if you're trying to buy gear for your shaman for the pre-patch or whatnot. So I wouldn't worry about the armor or the gear too much. Just get really good one-hand weapons with slow speed in the early 40s and you'll be set. For 10 to 30... So if you look over my guide that you can get with the exclamation point guide or some of the VODs from the last few days of streams, I'd say it's most important just to try to have as good a weapon as you can while going 10 to 30. So on my route, I do kind of go out of my way to get weapon upgrades from quests whenever possible. Like, a lot of times I'll do quests that are a few levels above me, just because they have a really good weapon upgrade to try to get it as quick as possible. So I point out those areas in the guide and on the streams. Like, another example is going to the wetlands right at level 20, because you can do a level 25 quest chain to get a weapon called the Icicle Rod. That's a really good weapon for level 20. As long as you keep pretty good weapons as you progress, your leveling will be pretty reasonably quick. Just knowing where to find those good weapon upgrades from quests is important.
Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Anyone know how expensive riding an epic mount will be when TBC pre-patch hits? I believe it's around 600 gold. I made it a little bit cheaper on TBC, if memory serves. Another example of weapons is there are certain weapons that got buffed with the TBC pre-patch that hits. So this weapon right here, the Crescent of Forlorn Spirits, it got really buffed with TBC, and you can pick it up in the late 20s in Duskwood. So if you're leveling anyone who can use a one-handed axe, you should kind of go out of your way to try to get that weapon from the quest chain if you're playing on the Alliance side. Stuff like that. I mean, I use this weapon literally for 10 levels straight, so it's definitely worth the time it takes to get it. I only just replaced it right now at level 41, and we've been using it since 29. Yeah, my Storm Strike missed. Yeah, I should have... Didn't I pick up the Blood Sail quest here? I'm only doing a few quests right here in STV because we're coming back here in a few levels. There's just like 5 quests I'm doing on this circuit. Oh, which quest did I not pick up? Wait, how did I not pick up Bloodsail Buccaneers? Oh, you're right. I talked to the guy that gave it. Huh. Guess I just trusted my quest auto pickup too much. Now let's go grab that real fast. How the hell did I not pick that quest up? That's weird. This Bruiser stealing my kill. Oh, that's right. The later steps are from the Seahorn guy. Yep. Alright, good call. Right you are. Yep. Definitely meant to pick this one up. Okay. Because, yeah, the ideal is to do this first quest here, the Bloodsail Buccaneers. At the same time that we do the other quest we have there to pick up the dagger from Pretty Boy Duncan. Wait. Oh my god, I'm trolling myself so hard. Yeah. I couldn't remember where this quest turn-in was on the Alliance side. It's actually up here.
What can I do for you?
Isn't a character you normally talk to on the Horde side. Still getting used to the Alliance quest progression a little bit. It's 36 to 37 so quick. 36 to 37 was... It was mostly turning in all the quests at the end of STV and then going to Dustwallow. It was like 45 minutes. Pretty much all the levels that have to do with Dustwallow are pretty quick. We were in Dustwallow from 36 to most of the way through 38. And then we're there again from 42 to 43 and change. It's just a really high XP per hour zone in general. You end up getting close to 3.5 levels out of Dustwallow, just that one zone alone in TBC. Definitely one of the very best zones once the pre-patch and the TBC changes go in. So they added that whole extra quest hub down on the south side, and they added some new quests to each faction as well. Yeah, in vanilla, you can kind of squeeze out like a level or so, a little bit more if you go there multiple times. And in TBC, it's like 3.5 levels you can get out of Dustwallow. So many more quests now, and then those quests get the 30% bonus XP from being over level 30. Oh yeah, killing... So the plan was to do both of those quests at the same time, but I had to backtrack for one of them. And then to pick up these giblets for this quest here and go turn them in. Although, for some reason I thought these mobs were like high 30s, not early 40s. Okay, honestly I could just save this till like level 44 when we're back here later. I don't really need to come do this right now. Still need 10 for Mock. Yeah. Screw it. My memory let me down on those ones. I was gonna do that quest right now because I thought these gorillas were like level 38 and 39 for some reason. So we're gonna do the Raptor Mastery, Panther Mastery, this fetish quest here real fast, and then Curse of the Tides. Turn those all in, and then we'll Earth back to South Shore. Start working on those ogres. Go away, Panther. Let me manage my inventory. I haven't done the quests yet in Mudsprocket. Around 42, 43-ish range. We'll be going back there to do all of those. We did the north half of Dustwallow initially. We picked up the flight path there for later. Yeah, Dustwallow is just a great zone in general. Now, TBC for sure. The reward you get from this Curse of the Tides quest is super good if you're a caster. This is one of the items that got buffed in TBC. Look how good that is. It's nothing super special for us. We'll use it for a little bit, just because we don't really have a good chest piece, but as soon as we get a piece of mail gear with like strength and stam, we'll replace it. There's one from the quests in Southern Dustwallow. But that robe is pretty crazy for any caster leveling. It's a pretty easily soloable quest. Nothing super difficult. Did they add any new quests to Searing Gorge for TBC? I actually haven't done that zone yet on the beta at all. Our raptors just do so much more damage than all these other mob types. Pretty much everything else we fight, I'm like always running out of mana before I run out of health. Every time we're fighting raptors, I'm just like completely out of health while I still have most of my mana left. Unless I heal or use Gift of the Naru or something. I swear this mob type just like does double the damage of other mobs at its level range. Ooh, that's not good. Get those raptors. Okay, doing a couple quests up here, and then we'll cruise over to Curse of Tides. Sadly, I'm still wearing this this piece from the Draenei starting area. It's one of the only items with hit rating at a low level, so been wearing it for like 20 levels at this point, but even though I can wear male gear now, this robe from Curse of the Tides is good enough that we'll use it for a little while. Yeah, what is it? Something like 15 to 20% less XP on the beta. It'll be the same on the pre-patch hits. Everybody needs a little bit less XP 20 onward. Can't wait for the pre-patch. Same. I'm just practicing my pre-patch route here. First thing I'm leveling is a Draenei Shaman from scratch. It'll be solo self-found just because I don't have any money or characters on the server I'm making it. So, let's run here on the beta will be good practice. Yep. And Shaman's gonna be my main for TBC. Just playing something new this time around. Yeah, I personally think that the pre-patch is gonna be at least a month. So I don't really believe those rumors circulating around about the TBC launch on June 1st. I mean, Blizzard did say that they were going to give everybody 4 to 6 weeks on the pre-patch, like not too long ago. Plus on the actual vanilla to TBC transition back in the day, it was 46 days on the pre-patch. So that would be changing things up quite a bit if they suddenly decided for it to only be 2 weeks. Be kind of a huge change out of nowhere. Hey, what's up, Simsy? Yeah, I got a little burnt out doing all that stuff at the start of Hero when we were going for all the server's first runs and whatnot and the rep grinds, but this time around I'm taking things a little more chill, not trying to be a raiding machine at the start of TBC. You still in that guild? Also got a little burnt out with all the guild drama of everybody like splitting up and forming their own guild every 2 weeks. Probably should have picked up the Skull Splitter Tusk quest also while I was doing this, just in case. But normally you finish this fetish quest pretty quickly, to the point where I was like, only expecting to have like a couple skulls. I wasn't actually intending on finishing the Skull Splitter quest, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to pick it up just in case for RNG purposes. Oh, we actually got a random green drop mail piece that's quite a bit better than the chest I'm using right now. So I guess we can use this instead of that blue robe from that other quest I was mentioning. Yeah, kick it up a notch, go for world first PvP server Blood Elf. Alright, that's a nice HP boost from this item. We lose 2 hit rating, but at this point in the leveling process, 2 hit rating isn't that important compared to having a lot more stamina and being male gear. I thought the drop rate on this Skull Splitter Fetish quest was 100%, but I guess I just got super lucky last time. Cat sneaking up on me. Good. Yeah, like, I'm gonna do some raiding, but I don't want to be in like a super sweaty try-hard raid this time around. This time around, I want to do some more of the fun stuff that I like. Like gonna get into the hardcore community, do some hardcore leveling and challenges, and then also do the hardcore cups they have for the leveling races and stuff. Because I ended up quitting Classic WoW before that stuff became popular, but it sounds pretty awesome, so now that there's a pretty big community for it, I want to get into that. Yep. I had a pretty good streak going. When I hit 30 and bought 5 Anks, and I didn't use one for like 10 levels. But then I lost focus and I got like crushed. This mob killed me from like half health in a stun because I was just fighting some rare spawn mob and I didn't even like notice that it was a special mob. You never know when you're just a few seconds away from total disaster on hardcore. Makes it more interesting. Wait a second. Is this wall not block? Oh my god. What kind of fake ass wall is this? Yeah, what cost? Spending like a week straight farming Devil Sword gear to try to get people geared up and then doing that rep grind in Silithus. Honestly, that was kind of the beginning of the end for me streaming back then. I was just like so tired from those dumb rep and profession grinds for a week straight, playing like 20 hours a day. I was just too tired to stream anymore after that. Yeah. This Mystic quest ended up being way slower than I thought. I think next time around, I'm probably saving this quest also until we're back here at like 43 or 44. Maybe I'll just do the entire grind to get the troll tusks then. Seems like I have to kill like a dozen or two of these things to even get the fetishes. Not the 100% drop rate I thought it was. It was mostly that full day of Silithus rep grind. It was so painful. Oh, these panthers, they should have respawned from the ones we killed earlier. Or these panthers not respawned? It was like 10 minutes ago that we killed them all. I think there's one spawn up here that I didn't get before. I don't know what the hell. Where did all the panthers go? Yeah, that's the one we missed earlier. Ones over here definitely should have respawned by now. I'll just look in this area for the ones I didn't kill earlier. Alright, well, lesson learned for the future. Make a change to the guy to just do this at the same time you do the Skull Splitter Tusk quest. either do both of them or none of them. Ended up not really working out to just come over here to try to complete one of these quests. It's taking so freaking long, I could have been halfway done with the Tusk quest by now. God, can't even aggro one of these without getting all three. There we go. Finally. Sick of killing those things. Oh yeah, those whirlwind axe groups. Get 4 low warriors that are just aggroing everything within like a mile radius. And one poor guy that got roped into helping them all. Just running around trying to keep everyone alive. Okay, I thought it'd be closer to 41.5 when I was done with STV and going up into Alterac, but it's actually gonna be closer to 42. We still have a couple quests to finish in Arathi as well that are worth a lot of XP. I guess we can do that after the Ogre grind. It was the trial route we did that we've been working on a couple weeks ago. It was the same. It was a enhancement shaman, getting to the mid 40s, but I normally speedrun horde side, and I normally don't play shaman. Just playing something completely new for TBC, so figured once I actually knew what I was doing for the Alliance questing route and how to play Shaman, I would restart. But now getting attacked by a cat, so... Kitty, get out of here. So it's mostly a 5-hour time save over the previous route. I think between 40 and 41, I think I was testing a bunch of stuff on the other run. So, like, the extra 3 hours there is kind of fake. Yeah, that was actually a suggestion from Pizzerino in the chat. I know him as Vito, a guy I used to play with in my vanilla guild. Just saying I should just rip the sword and board straight up at 10 instead of waiting, and ended up feeling, yeah, a little bit better than using the two-hand staff. So we're between like 1 and 40, we're a pretty even mix of two-hand staff and sword and board now. Not a particularly difficult mob for a quest that gives this good of a reward. Okay, at least we got these kind of lower level quests out of the way for later. By the time I come back to STB, I'll be on the final stages of the animal quest chains. Won't have to waste time killing a bunch of level 38 panthers when I'm back here at 44. Pretty sure this is one of the ones that got buffed with TBC. I don't think the item was this good on Classic.
King's honor, friend.
Hi.
Hopefully it doesn't take me 10 hours. That's the, this is a different run that it's comparing to over here on the right side. That was the first run we did of Shaman on the Alliance side a couple weeks ago.
Hey there. See you later.
Yo! Hurry back!
No, Storm Strike crit actually works off of a melee crit rating. I think this random green mail piece of gear we got is probably... probably better for us than this thing. Just because spell crit doesn't actually do all that much for us. Some of our spells can crit, but You only get the 1.5x damage modifier. Unless you're deep into elemental, you get the whatever their bonus crit damage talent is. Just I thought elemental had a... Oh, there it is. Yeah, without elemental fury, spell crit rating doesn't really do that much for enhancement. Yeah, for sure, the pre-patch will be significantly faster for leveling. All of the TBC changes for leveling are going in with the pre-patch.
Keep your nose clean in my town. What's up?
How may I aid you?
It's actually got me a lot more XP than I thought. So we could pretty much finish up the last couple quests we have in Arathi right now. That'll give us 42. I could wait till 42 to do the ogre grind. At least I'll have an extra 2% hit then. That'll be a little bit faster even.
You need something? Safe travels. Can't go wrong with Lock, yeah. TBC Lock, just like top tier at every aspect of the game.
Good day to you. See you around.
Good day to you.
Still have any 8-slot bags?
See you around.
Okay, we just have this final quest here
for the attack on the tower, and then this quest down here, you end up getting like 10,000 experience from turning this in, and then doing the follow-up where you just click on a cannon. So, clear both of these, that should give us 42. I'll roll up into the ogre area. A little stronger than last time around when we did the grind at 41. That is true. His rings are pretty decent, but the ring from that reward is definitely way better than either of them. Oop. Back up there, wolf. Too fast for my own good. What professions for a shaman? Well, if you're playing enhancement, you definitely want blacksmithing. You can make that main hand mace. Second profession, just kind of preference. Like, there's nothing just super vital, so you can kind of use whatever you want. If you don't have much money, you should probably go mining to go with blacksmithing, but if you're already rich, then you can pick up leatherworking or enchanting or jewel crafting for just bonus secondary stats. Oh, thought I was sneaky. Past those guys. Where's that first box? I feel like I've already should have clicked on something.
It's down a floor. Ah, there we go. This actually spawns more mobs, so you want to clear out the area before you actually click those. Oh, what the hell? I didn't know there was an elite up here. Probably should have got some mana first. Ooh, resist. Can't say I love this fight. And mana, that would be fine, but... Wait, does this not block line of sight? Are you kidding me? Why, this is so annoying. Damn, I feel like I'd have been totally fine if I'd gotten any mana. I just didn't notice at all that there was an elite up here. Guess we're good anyway. Alright. I think when I did this before, I must have just, like, popped down a Stoneclaw totem or something and just, like, completely ignored that mob while I looted that or something. So I don't remember fighting an elite at all in this tower. Now that I have everything, a real reason to fight that. Oh wait, I can't get back up here from this direction. Do I make a break for it and hope for the best, or fight my way out? I guess these shaman here are so squishy that I can just kill a few of them, then make a break for it. Peace. Oh, never mind. I've been dazed. Up, J-Buzz. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Druid's at now. I think in TBC a lot more people will be speed running like different classes because all the like the competition stuff compares people by class now. Because it'd be kind of pointless otherwise. Nobody can beat a hunter on TBC. But yeah, so since the cups will have a lot more leveling variety, I'm curious to see where druids end up. Since druids were like one of the worst leveling classes in the early to mid levels, but they did get some pretty good feral buffs. Okay, they might actually be half decent now. Damn, I ran out of fish oil. Unlucky. I think earlier in the run there was a point where I had like 40 fish oil, and I think I just vendored one of the stacks because I was like, oh, I'll never actually use this much. But now I know for the future I should probably just hold on to two full stacks of fish oil. We definitely used a lot of it while in Dustwalla. Oh, for the for Shadowlands? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I played a little bit of Shadowlands to try stuff out. It didn't really stick for some reason. I enjoyed it for like a month, but I kind of got bored of it fast. Yeah, I was struggling with what I wanted to play this time around too, and just kind of opted to go with something just completely new and fresh that I didn't play previously. This quest has been semi-bugged since the dawn of time, basically, and still kind of is on the beta. I put in a bug report, but it's always been bugged, so I doubt it's anything they're gonna fix. There's like this weird gap where you shoot some of these Naga, and then it seems like nothing happens for about 2 minutes, so if you weren't familiar with the quest, you would just wonder like if you had failed or what was even happening. I think what actually happens is that some of these Naga spawns that are happening are like stuck in the ground over here. And then eventually, after a couple minutes, one of the later spawns shows up. And then you're like, oh, okay, I guess I can click stuff again. So, kind of just sit here on your ass doing nothing, and eventually the quest completes. Yeah, I'm not even sure it's possible to fail this quest. Even if you... See, that guy was like half stuck in the ground. I'm pretty sure there's more Naga over here that are just like completely stuck in the ground. Even if the Naga get over here, like they just run into this wall of NPCs over here that fight them off. I think the only way you fail the quest is if this guy dies. I don't even know how it'd be possible for a few kind of low-level Naga. Yeah, there we go. Just to even make it to him and kill him.
What can I do for you?
Pretty good ring here.
Be careful.
Oh, there's more Naga spawning after the quest is done. Okay. Thanks, game. Like it's actually faster to recall and then fly over to Arathi than to walk back from here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's impossible to fail the quest, so it's kind of just an AFK quest, I think. Alright, let's get a couple hit percentage here.
Greetings. Be careful.
So it ended up being a little different, because yeah, I thought I would go start this ogre grind at about 41.5. It ends up being 42, since we're completing all these quests now instead of a few levels from now. But should be fine. Like, if anything, we'll just grind those ogres even more efficiently now with extra 2% hit.
What can I do for ya?
Yeah, it's something like that. It's about 1 in 200 or so, and then there's a couple of the green axes that are also upgrades to this one that we can get. That are another like half percentage or so. Yeah, let me stock up on goods here. Why do I still... Maybe I was supposed to use this on the last quest. I just never even paid attention to it. Is this one of these items that just stays in your inventory forever? Do I actually need this for anything? I don't think I do. I'm just going to destroy it. Take that world.
You need something? See you later.
Yeah, sounds about right with the last time we did the grind. Yeah, it was about 150 kills or so, I think, until we got it. I didn't see any of the green axes prior to that. Maybe this time around. Yep. Our little bow reporter. Not that we... Not really running into anything new, though, since we did the same kind of Shaman run, 1 to 45, a couple weeks ago. It's just optimized now. So once we get into the 45 to 60 stuff, might run into some bugs. Oop. Oh my god, that freaking bear there is just trolling me by dragging these things out. Okay, we killed Logrash earlier, so he shouldn't be respawned by now. Won't bother looking for him. Okay, now we pretty much almost halved our chance to miss. Should be pretty strong right now. Got a new ring, new gear. Yeah, other than the fact that our main hand is a white axe, we're definitely power spiking right now. Be putting out some fat damage. Poor mage. Okay, so these warmongers here, these are the guys we want to kill for the potential weapon upgrades. The 2 green axes and the blue axe they can drop. There's a good couple dozen spawns of them. The thing to look out for is that they have a really bad enrage, where if you kill another ogre too close to them, they basically double in strength. Have to be kind of careful to keep them a little bit apart from each other. There's one spawn in here where you have to fight 2 at once, but for the most part you can keep them far enough apart that they don't enrage. Oh yeah. Not quite the drop I was hoping for. I have enough spirit gear, I think. Yep. This is the true RNG test of the route. This is pretty much only something you really need to do if you're playing solo self-found, or you like have no money on a new server to buy stuff off the auction house. Because on the Alliance side, you don't really get any good one-handers from 40 onwards. So the upgrades that these guys can drop is about the best you can do until the 50s. tried Mara boost? No, I haven't tried any boost stuff on the beta. So I'm not quite sure how the boosting XP compares now. Oh, see, yep. I was too close to this guy, so he enraged. They attack like 60% faster and do way more damage. You can still kill them just as quick, but they do like over double damage to you. The mobs in there aren't the right type. No, you can't purge that enrage. Some are purgeable, some are not. I guess I may as well try again, just in case the fact that some of those enrages weren't purgeable was a bug before. I'll try purging the next one, but yeah, when we were here a week or so ago, definitely couldn't purge it. This spot in here is the double pull. I don't think you can split these guys up. Try to kill them both kind of at the same time so I don't have to deal with too much uptime on the enrage. What am I stuck on? What? The space goat does not handle stairs very well, apparently. We're getting so many drops. No weapons yet. Oops. Might have gotten that guy too close to the other one. Come back over here. Does Gift of the Naru count as a cast for the 5-second rule? No, it does not. Their mana regen will continue normally. Makes it pretty good for mana efficiency. Food's feels a little outdated, so we're a few levels away from a new tier of it. Oh well. I'll parry my Storm Strike, you jerk. These are the only ones that enrage. There's an absolute ton of these things around, so... There's even more over on this side, and you can see they've already started to respawn in the castle. They seem to have a 5-minute or so respawn, so... Unless you're just killing these things, like, instantaneously, you basically can't even really run out of spawns doing this farm. Worst case, you might just have to kill a couple extra ogres while you wait. What's up, Carmen? It's marked as 0.4%, so somewhere in the 1 in 200, 1 in 250. That's just for the blue weapon, though. There's also green random weapons that are 2.7 and 2.8 speed that are part of the ogre's drop table. Either of those would be an upgrade over this white axe, mainly due to their attack speed. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, XP. Like, the XP per hour isn't as good as just questing, but, like, we're killing these things pretty quick, so it's still decent. I mean, it's not good enough that I'd probably wouldn't bother coming here on Horde, but Alliance side, you just don't get good one-handers, so... I mean, this is my solution to that problem, albeit a very RNG-based one. Oh god, we got an elite in the house. Little does he know that I'm power spiking over here. Ain't afraid of anything. So if I made it all the way through this level and I didn't get any sort of weapon upgrade, I would probably move on. I think with all the potential weapon upgrades drop chance put together, it's probably somewhere around like 1 in 100 to get a main hand weapon upgrade from these guys. I don't know, I guess you'd kill like a few hundred of these over the course of a level or something. Oop. Ooh, we got an enrager. Yeah, I can't let that guy beat on me for like 10 seconds, I'd die. I need to wait for my storm strike to come back up again. Okay. Try to burst him down. I was just thinking that I'm pretty sure I went down to the basement last time and I didn't see anything. Let's just check though. Yeah, nothing down there. ZF is doable in TBC. It's still really good XP, but you have to like get all the engineering items and all the AoE things, and like for a fresh character, like ZF is not nearly what it used to be. But if you have a ton of money to just throw on like engineering items and all the random stuff that gives you AoE damage, then it's still good XP. Oops. Okay, mistakes were made. I needed to save enough mana to quickly shock that guy down when he enraged. I'm primarily looking for a weapon called the Sickle Axe, which drops off of only one mob, this mob. That's the best case scenario. And then there's 2 random world green axes that can drop as well from this mob. And since we're playing solo self-found, all I really have right now is a white vendor axe as my main hand. And because Alliance has no good one-handers from quests, you're pretty much stuck with this for like 10 levels if you don't do this. Yeah, there's like Alliance just have absolute, total, complete garbage for one-hand quest rewards from 40 onwards, unless you do dungeons. They have some dungeon quests that give good ones, but literally the only upgrade you can get to this axe in the next 10 levels is by doing the win an AV quest at 51. Pretty much all the Alliance one-handers have just terrible, terrible speeds or garbage stats. Like Horde, for example, have 3 different quests that give really, really good one-handers that have like 30 to 40 something DPS and slow speeds that are super good for Enhancement Shaman, and Alliance is 0. Just works out that way, I guess. The main one on the Horde side is the Weapons of Spirit. That quest got buffed a lot with TBC. So at level 46, you can just easily solo your way to like a 35 DPS one-hander. There's no equivalent on the Alliance side that doesn't require you to do dungeons. Yeah, like it's almost unbelievable. Because you say, like, it seems so crazy to say Alliance has no upgrade to this garbage 2.3 speed, like, white axe. But then you actually look at the quests on the Alliance side, and it's just complete trash for one-handers. Like, there's a really good mace called the Griffin Rider Stormhammer, but you have to get like a full dungeon group to clear part of it. You have to do the troll swarm event in ZF. Pretty much the only good one-hander they get from quests after 40 is at like level 58. There's a quest you can get for some axe, but like by that point, I mean, you're almost 60. By far the best option is, and pretty much the only option other than doing this, if you're not running dungeons, is to keep joining AVs until you win one to complete that quest. So you can just solo queue up for AVs, so that's easy enough. And like go to a cave or the Knoll Mines or something and just randomly grind mobs off in a corner by yourself until you win an AV. And then you get a really good one-hander from that. That's about it. That's like your only option, really. Target. So I haven't done a full 1 to 60 Shaman run before, so I was aiming for under 3 days played for the Shaman. But I think we'll actually be able to do that without too much difficulty. Oh god, that elite is back already. It's thirsty for more. We're crushing these things this hard with this garbage main hand weapon, so just imagine when you like actually start getting real weapons, or if you buy blue one-handers off the auction out. Is this guy really enraged? Wow, I didn't think this stuff was in range. Yeah, nothing to dispel when I try to purge it. Yeah, I like how you get that little snippet of Molten Core music right when you enter the castle. Then it goes away when you either leave through this door or you get further in. Like, so many different kinds of music you hear on the different terrain in this area. Yeah, for sure. That's, the Blackwater Hammer is great. That's pretty much like the last good reward you can get for, Unfortunately, this white axe from the vendor, for some reason, has a main hand requirement. The world may never know why. Because it would be awesome if I could use this in my main hand. And so that's one of the reasons why even the random world green weapon drops from these ogres are a pretty big upgrade. Because it can allow you to either use this in your main hand or, I mean, just depending on which weapon you get, it could be a better main hand anyway. Oops. So, there's like this one little room here that has the wrong kind of ogre. really have no idea why vendor weapons have like hand requirements, as if they're so good they can't be allowed to be used in the offhand. Oh no! Where did this enraged guy come from? Last time when I actually got the weapon, after 100-something kills or whatever, I didn't even notice at first. I was just so, I guess, in the zone. Oh my god, there's a chest up here? Why not? No, I haven't gotten in on this one. I started the grind at 42, a little ways into 42 this time around instead of 41. We haven't been here too long. Definitely settle for one of the 2.8 speed green axes too, though. Yeah, having the 2% extra hit, pretty useful. I mean, you pretty much can't run out of spawns. Yeah, there's more on this side too, a few more over there, and then as soon as you see this first guy respawn, then you're pretty much good to go back into the castle too. I could be killing these things even quicker, and I still wouldn't be running out of non-stop respawns. So it ends up
pretty good chance to farm. I mean, we're farming money for our mount, farming for better gear, getting half decent experience. It's definitely not bad. Yeah, especially in TBC where you don't really have to grind mobs anymore, so when you don't actually need to do any grinding for a long time, it does kind of seem like it's almost a vacation on the rare occasions you do. I can dispel his bloodlust, but not the enrages. They have, so these warmongers have 3 different potential drops that are way better than this white vendor axe I have right now for my main hand weapon. I mean, I had a quest to come up here and kill them anyway, but once I realized it's not very easy to get a good main hand one-hander on the Alliance side, figured might as well spend some time grinding these out. There's pretty much infinite spawns of them and they're pretty squishy, so you know, you're not getting as good of XP questing, but it's not that much of a loss. Serves a lot of purposes, like giving you gold for your mount, potentially giving you gear. If you already have money and you buy yourself, you know, blue weapons ahead of time, I wouldn't bother doing this, but if you're playing on a fresh server, or if you're playing solo self-found, definitely seems like it's worth it to spend like maybe an hour or 2 here. It would be pretty unlikely that you wouldn't get one of those weapon upgrades by then. If I actually make it to 43 without getting a weapon upgrade, I'm just gonna move on and just accept that I'm stuck with this white main hand axe for a long time. Is there no good dagger that can be used with Flame Tongue? So for TBC enhancement, you just want to use as slow one-handers as possible. So daggers are pretty much gone. Like, you would never use daggers as a shaman from 41 onwards. Your Wind Fury procs won't do very much damage, and your Storm Strike won't do very much damage. That's one of the problems with this white vendor axe, is it's main hand only, but it's a 2.3 speed. So even getting like a 2.7 or 2.8 speed weapon with less DPS would be a lot better than this one. Three Ritz legs. Yep, I would definitely agree with Orc being the best race. I mean, they're obviously the best for PvP, But even for PvE, now that they get expertise with axes, that's pretty huge. And of course, the Blood Fury working for both magic damage and AP is great for shamans. Yeah. So the dagger and fire enchant style, that's fine up to level 40. Or 41. It's pretty much just when you get Storm Strike that you really want slow weapons. Otherwise, your Storm Strike, you just won't do any burst damage at all, and your overall damage will be a lot lower with fast weapons. Like when we were here a couple levels ago, it was taking us like 15 seconds or so to kill these mobs, you know, instead of 5 seconds. It's because we were kind of using the slower, like we were using a fast one-hander, and we didn't have Storm Strike or anything, so now that we've got slower weapons plus Storm Strike, our kill speed just goes way, way up. Okay, I think it's been on the whole run, so I'd probably have to reset it. So you could see what's actually doing the damage now. This is like from level 36 till now. Lightning Shield still holding strong as the second highest damage. Alright, we actually beat the respawns there, but there's more warmongers over on this side. Yeah, lightning shield. That's one of the biggest things I try to tell people. You're leveling a shaman is that you might think lightning shield's not a big deal, but it's usually at most level ranges your second highest overall damage ability. There's even certain level ranges where it's almost higher than melee attacks. It's probably less. Now that we have all our burst damage, it's probably going to be a lesser amount, but levels 1 to 40 especially, your lightning shield uptime is super important. Not only does it do good damage, but it's really efficient damage. The damage per mana on lightning shield is better than the vast majority of spells. This guy's respawn timing. It's like clockwork. As soon as I come back here every time, he's just respawned. And I've actually Honestly, instead of just eating and drinking to full every time, I should be mixing in some more bandage creation as I go. I'm pretty much just drowning in silk right now. We're getting pretty close. I think you need like 39 gold to buy the mount and the training. It's 1,000 for the base level flying, I believe, and then 5,000 for epic flying. So good luck with that grind. Yeah, after I kill some mobs since we just reset it a couple minutes ago. Oh, guess I was too close to that guy. Kinda surprised this guy in here doesn't enrage more, because I killed this guy pretty close to him. I don't know if the wall here like blocks line of sight on his enrage or something. Okay, look at Lightning Shield. What a boss. It's almost the highest damage. I mean, I do have 3 points into improved Lightning Shield, but I think you guys see why now. I mean, the Storm Strike is giving a little bit of extra damage to Lightning Shield as well. The Storm Strike itself isn't that high on the damage meters, but it's buffing my Earth Shocks and my Lightning Shields. I mean, let's see. Is there a fast one-hander with decent DPS I can get around this level range? I mean, the main problem is that, like, the Blackwater Hammer is fine. It's just getting stuck with the stupid White Axe in my main hand. So, I mean, if there is a decent DPS one-hander, even if the speed is kind of fast, and I could use the Blackwater Hammer in the main hand. Like, it wouldn't be ideal, but it wouldn't be that much worse than what we're doing here with the 2.3 main hand. I mean, ideally we pick up some kind of weapon upgrade here doing this, since odds are you're gonna see the blue axe or one of the green axes after, you know, 100, 200 kills. Yeah, Enhancement Shaman is serious business once it gets to the 40s. all of their power spikes from TBC, all of their buffs, their talent changes, etc. They pretty much all start kicking in the 40s. You know, like 3 levels ago, it would have taken us at least double the time to kill these mobs, probably between like 2 and 3 times as long. These mobs are definitely squishier than most the warmongers. Gloves. I'm not sure why they're so squishy. I don't know if they're like classified as rogues or something, but maybe it has something to do with the fact that they used to be elite mobs. And they're not as squishy as casters, but they definitely have like less health and armor than most normal melee mobs. Or maybe it's a trade-off because they can enrage. I don't know. Ceremonial Elven Blade. Ugh, dagger. Gross. I don't have any dagger skill on this run, so we pretty much never use a dagger. Not that it would really take that long to level up a dagger with Wind Fury and all that, I guess. Yeah. It's more of like a backup plan that Carmen was talking about. Yeah, I mean, you'd probably use just Wind Fury main hand and Flame Tongue on the dagger. Just like on the off chance that we get none of the potential weapons from like a level of grinding these things. I mean, the main benefit of using that dagger would just be that we could use this Blackwater Hammer in the main hand. Not so much that the dagger itself would be good. Oh, kitty, please. There's a cat just dancing on my keyboard, so it interrupted my eating. Light this thing at half-life. That was the slowest kill ever. No Wind Fury procs, no crits. Oh, there it is, boys. Yeah, I knew I was a genius all along. Oh, baby. How did I get so good at this game? And now the real play. Grind out a second one, right?
Believe it or not, Pesto, we're actually target farming that exact item. It has a pretty high drop rate off of only this mob. The main reason we're here doing this was to get that sickle axe. Okay. Well, maybe kill another 10 or 15 minutes of these. Get like halfway through 42, then we'll go back to Dust Wallow. We might end up finding another green or blue weapon, you never know. It's not like this is really bad XP or anything. I'm like halfway through the level and it's been less than an hour. See, the DPS isn't that much higher than the white axe, but coming with all these stats and the fact that it's 2.6 instead of 2.3 makes a world of difference. Ooh. This pull went a little bit awry. The hinterland blue weapon requires you to... Oh! Good call, good call. Thanks, guys. That's right, I don't have Wind Fury on the new weapon. It requires you to do a dungeon group for the Hinterlands blue weapon. I would love to get the Griffin Rider Stormhammer. I mean, it's an insanely good weapon. But you can't really do it while you're playing, if you're doing solo self-found. If you're just playing normally, though, and you can get a dungeon group, I would definitely say that, yeah, I would recommend doing ZF for sure. Ideally, you would get that Griffin Rider Stormhammer, and then you would pick up the AV Mace at level 51 from winning, I think it's called, like, Cold Forged Hammer. Use those two weapons, unless they're both main hand. Can't remember. Oh, well, there's my Wind Fury procs. Go figure. Ah, that's a little better. Yeah. It's pretty fun times as an enhancement shaman when you finally get to the 40s. And then just keep in mind that this is with solo self-found gear. This isn't even good gear. So if you kind of twink your shaman out for leveling in TBC, you're gonna do even more crazy damage than this. Oh yeah, these Wind Fury procs on the main hand are doing work now. Poor ogres. I'm continuing it to at least 60. We'll see at that point. So have to decide what I'm going to do, 60 to 70.
Not sure how much time we all have before the pre-patch at this point. I guess I'm just going to assume it's the 18th, like all the initial rumors. Yeah, you're talking about the it's like one of the ogres, right? I think if I'm thinking of the right mace here, it's way too fast. It's like a 1.8 speed or something. Unless there's a slower one. Like if there's one that I've missed that I'm not thinking of, that would be awesome to have more potential weapons to get. Oh, 1.9, yeah, that's... If for some reason I just never got a weapon upgrade from doing this farm here, which would be pretty unlucky, but if that were to happen, then yeah, theoretically, you could go for that 1.9 speed mace and then switch this Blackwater hammer to the main hand, and that setup would probably be better than using the old white axe I had in the main hand. I guess situationally it might be something to look for. Yeah, it is honestly insane how many amazing Shaman one-handed weapons Horde get from quests. There's like an infinite supply of godly weapons as early as the mid-40s. Here on the Alliance side, we're reduced to this. Not that this grind here isn't kind of fun in its own way, though. It's kind of a combination of factors. It's... So, yeah, Storm Strike's not normalized, so you want the slower weapons, but also on your Wind Fury procs, if you have a really fast weapon, you can't really... If you use Wind Fury on the fast weapon, it will steal more procs from your main hand. So you'll get more... You'll have the 3-second internal cooldown on Wind Fury up, because you'll be getting so many more procs from your fast offhand that doesn't do very much damage. So you lose out on damage for both Wind Fury and Storm Strike by having a fast one-hander. The point, it's probably better to just have Wind Fury on the main hand and Flame Tongue on the offhand if you did get stuck using a fast one-hander. Okay. Probably just do one more clear of the castle after this one, and then we'll move on back to Dustwallow. Just gotta let these ogres know who their daddy really is. What is happening here? I can't actually hit this thing. Am I lagging out? I guess we're just doing some really weird dance on the stairs with this ogre where neither of us could hit each other. Flame Tongue scales very slightly with spell damage. It's like, I don't know what the exact number is, but it's like 10 or 20% or something like that. Like, it gets a very small amount of your spell damage. Same for, like, Frostbrand weapon.
Oh, that guy tricked me. I thought he wasn't coming along. I thought he had like reset or something. Oh, fortunately he's on the Stoneclaw totem. So I don't know why I bothered shocking the last 40 HP off that guy. Hey, good morning, Quartz. Welcome to the Ogre Grind, of which we are just about to finish up and move back to Dustwallow. I have my trophy here, courtesy of these ogres. Yeah, so we've done this twice on 2 different characters. Both times it was pretty similar. Killed maybe like 100, 150 of these things, got the axe drop. That's certainly seems reasonable for solo self-found route. At this point, I'm pretty confident that I'm going to do this on the pre-patch as well. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm definitely enjoying it now that we're in the 40s and I kill mobs in a couple seconds. We are power spiking. The biggest thing about the axe upgrade is the Wind Fury procs themselves on the main hand weapon are doing so much more damage with this blue axe now instead of the vendor axe. Oh, if you're playing Draenei, you can feel free to use the same route I'm using here. You can access the guide I have so far. I've pretty much written down all the steps I've taken on the route so far that anyone can access with exclamation point guide. Wow, once we actually got the blue axe upgrade, our kill speed reached the point where we might actually be beating the respawns. Oh, perfect time to move on. I'm kind of surprised that doing this grind twice, I've never seen any of the slow green axes that can drop from these guys. Like, there's a 2.7 and a 2.8 green axe. Just straight up got the blue axe both times instead. Just too lucky. Okay. One more circuit here of the castle, and then we're back to Dustwalla. My inventory's pretty much getting full of all this random nonsense anyway. I think we probably made enough gold from the stuff we're gonna vendor here, from killing these mobs, that we can probably pick up our mount after the last part of Dustwalla as well. No, it's not confirmed that June 1st is TBC. I very much doubt that that date is correct. Pretty much farmed all we need from these things. Can't hit this one for some reason. Okay, I think that's enough of this. Got what we needed. We got our axe upgrade. We got a lot of money from all the stuff we're about to vendor. And we even got a quest to turn in. Believe it or not, we actually have a quest to kill 10 of those things. You know, just going for Employee of the Month by killing 200 instead.
Have a good one.
Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
So much silk. Okay, so we're gonna get back to Dust Wallow stylish way, which is to fly down to Stormwind, because we can train our level 42 spells and turn in a couple quests there anyway.
Light be with you. Light bless you.
And then, so we also have this this quest activated, Return to Jaina. And because we're on this quest, there's a guy in Stormwind that will teleport us back to Dustwallow directly. So, board on over there right away as soon as we train our 42s. And pretty close to being able to afford mount, but not quite yet. Maybe if I vendored like 500 silk. Yeah, I really am drowning in silk. I already have like 7 stacks in my bank also. I think I'm just gonna use the rest of this. Honestly, I might not even have to use my mage weave to get to 225. I can just make heavy silk bandages, get to 225. We're about to go to Dustwallow anyway, and that's conveniently where you do the quest to unlock first aid up to 300. So we'll sacrifice some of this silk cloth. Yeah, probably when I land in Stormwind, I'll just like make 40 bandages or something. Go grab a drink, so I can do the first aid quest when I get back to Dustwallow. Be right back. Any changes to ground mount acquisition? Yeah, you can get your mount at level 30 in TBC, or once the pre-patch goes in, and the total cost is more like 40 gold now instead of 100 for the initial mount. So we're pretty close to it at this point. Okay, be right back. Okay, should have a few quests to turn in Stormwind. Oh, that's right, I would have 3 quests to turn in. But that stupid quest in Swamp of Sorrows. Yeah, this quest is the one we were trying to do in Swamp of Sorrows, where we killed like 20 of the mob that can drop the quest item, but came up empty. So we'll finish it later when we're back there in a few levels. So I have 2 quests to turn in now. Like normally would probably be 3 at this point that we could drop off while we're in Stormwind. Let's look at the damage breakdown now that we got some more mobs in there since we reset. So yeah, we're more of a burst style of gameplay now, so we're not using Flame Shock too much. Basically, we're just using it to pull when we have a charge of Shamanistic Focus, which isn't too frequently. Mostly we're getting our damage from the main hand, Wind Fury, Earth Shock, with the bonus damage from Storm Strike, and melee Lightning Shield. Storm Strike itself is... it's less than 10%, but it's more like... it's a damage amplifier for other spells as well.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Pick up Grace of Air. Pretty unlikely we will use Grace of Air too much. Is that the only good thing at 42? Yeah, there's nothing good at 42 other than Grace of Air, I guess. Since we kill mobs so fast now, you'll notice that I was almost never using totems, unless it was that pull where we killed 2 of them at the same time. 'Cause, you just don't get enough out of totems unless you are able to make use of them for multiple seconds. Each totems have kind of a minimum amount of time before they are cost efficient. And the air totems and earth totems especially, the ones that buff you, you pretty much have to get like a full half minute out of them for them to be worth the mana. So you only really drop them when you can fight like 4 or 5 mobs in a row, one at a time in the same area. Prior to 41, we're dropping totems much more frequently. It's because our kill speed is a lot lower. Oh, whoops. Stormwind noob over here. It's actually in the castle, not over here. This quest is so far out of the way, I'm not even sure it's worth doing and turning in.
Good day to you.
Okay, I stand corrected. 4,900 XP, it was worth it. Got this other quest to turn in over here. This is right next to the guy that will teleport us to Dust Wallow. Before we go back there, let's get our first aid up to 225, get rid of some of the silk. And I can dump the excess silk into my bank for now. I'll be right back. We do have Mage Weave to level this faster, but Mage Weave is a lot harder to come by than Silk. I'd actually rather save as much Mage Weave as I can for the cloth turn-ins and stuff. I pretty much already have all the Silk I'm going to need for turn-ins. So I'll just slowly green bandage my way up to 225 here, so I can do that quest. Alright, bandage making simulation is done.
Greetings. For the Alliance.
Stormwind Bank sucks. Gotta run all this way. Who's got time for that?
How are you?
Okay. All the silk I'll ever need for turn-ins. Actually... I'm gonna hold on to this Mage Weave for now. So when I go back to Exodar to get my mount, which will be pretty soon, probably right after Dustwallow, which is where we're going right now. It's probably the best time to do the cloth turn in there. Just because there's no real reason for me to go back to Exodar once I get my mount. So, may as well do the cloth turn-ins at the same time. Yep. It's the life of a poor shaman. We're almost there. Need about 40-ish gold.
Light be with you.
You actually get blue rewards, but neither of them are good. I guess... technically this has higher spirit. I can replace it as part of my spirit set.
Light bless you. Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Alright, back to Theramore.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
So, on a normal run, I would not turn this in, just because I want to keep the option to teleport here. I mean, it's beta, so it doesn't really matter, but basically any real character I make and level on the Alliance side, I'm not going to turn that quest in, because I would rather just have the ability to teleport.
Greetings.
Okay, so we got our bandages up to 225. Now we can do this first aid quest to unlock 300. Yeah, it helps a lot for, oh, apparently I'm out of range. For, like, Caverns of Time, heroics and stuff in TBC, to be able to teleport there. A couple other purposes, too, so... I mean, you give up the quest rewards and you give up, like, 4,000 XP or whatever, but... compared to the ability to teleport, it's a pretty fair trade. That's right. For the, I guess the Alliance version of this quest, you actually have to move around. For the Horde version, you can just stand in one spot and reach everybody. Dare they make me hit buttons? Get some pretty decent XP for this, too.
How are you?
Then I'm not going to worry about leveling up my bandages right now, but when we come back here a few levels later, and I've already done one of the Mage Weave cloth turn-ins, then I can get some of the higher level bandages then. Oh, I got freaking tricked by this stable master icon. Actual flight masters over here.
How are you?
See you soon.
Alright, picked up the Dustswallow flight path earlier, so... Or, the Mud Sprocket one. Now we can cruise on down and pick up all the Infinity quests down in this area.
I got the best deals anywhere!
Let's see. Is there actually an innkeeper here? Oh, there is. Nice.
Yo.
Hey, how you doing?
Why is this showing a quest? Shouldn't be any more quests to pick up. This is just a questy bug. I don't know about Alliance side. Oh, Horde side, like the Barons has a couple flight points. But yeah, true. Now that they actually added a flight point to the Rebel camp, I suppose the Alliance has 2 there as well. Oh, also, I guess I should mention, one of the other hidden benefits of Storm Strike that doesn't really show up on the damage breakdown is it just an extra chance to proc Wind Fury. So, even though the total damage of Storm Strike on the breakdown might be like slightly under 10%, it's actually it's way more impactful than that. with all the additional boosts it gives to Lightning Shield, to Earth Shock, to Wind Fury. How hard do you think it'll be for us to get past the pack when the pre-patch hits? So the important thing is just to not ever let yourself get stuck on a quest at the start. You will eventually get ahead of everybody as long as you are willing to skip quests and don't get bogged down in the bottleneck quests. Anytime you get to a quest and there's other people there sitting around and everybody is waiting for respawns, yeah, don't ever sit along next to everybody else just like waiting forever for respawns. It's always going to be better to either skip the quest completely and do something else, or just like go grind mobs in a corner somewhere at low levels where nobody else is while they're all fighting each other for quest mobs. As long as you're willing to do that and you don't get hung up on absolutely needing to finish every quest, you'll get ahead of people, because most people will just bottleneck themselves at a quest until it's finished no matter what. I hope they do some stress tests for the beta so you can kind of try that stuff out, but my experience from classic beta, doing the stress tests on the launch, etc., is that even if you have a bad start and you don't get out in front of everybody right off the bat, as long as you just kind of keep up that style, where you don't get too bogged down in trying to finish every quest and you just focus mostly on chain killing mobs for XP in the areas that aren't as crowded, then you'll get ahead. And honestly, a lot of the early level quests are barely worth more XP than just like sitting in a corner killing mobs over and over anyways. As long as you can just find your own little area that isn't super crowded. Which, usually pretty easy to do because people tend to group up in the same quest areas, like wherever the questing add-ons tells people to go is usually where you don't want to be.
Hey there. Good day to you. Hello. What can I do for you?
Need help?
Go with honor, friend.
Usually by the time you get to like level 6 or 8 or something, then you'll be far enough ahead of most people that you can start doing all the quests again without too much competition. A couple of these quests down here are kind of annoying. It's this one to put down a totem and then kill a bunch of mobs. It's kind of annoying because the totem has such a long cooldown. Yeah, something like that. It's fine. You're honestly just gonna kill mobs. As long as you kind of run to your own little area in a corner somewhere or away from most people, kill mobs over and over again, you're gonna be getting XP almost as fast as you would just questing by yourself. And certainly faster than all the people that are trying to quest in the same area. It'll always be a little bit slower on, you know, the launch days and whatever, but it's not too bad. Honestly, on the stress tests, on the initial beta when I was testing routes, when there were a bunch of people in the starting areas, it wasn't as big a difference as you might think. Be like, okay, on a character that normally took me like 22 minutes to get 1 to 6, it would take me like 25 minutes instead or something like that. And I would still be, by the time I got to 6, I would be like way out in front of almost everybody. Just don't let yourself get bogged down in those super crowded questing areas and you're good to go.
Welcome, friend. Hurry back.
Ooh, man. I had to get more bars for Shaman. So many freaking abilities, running out of room. Oh, I hate this quest so much. Get stuck on like every piece of terrain here. Maybe it's just because we kill things so fast now, I just want to slay all these mobs. Instead you have to shoot them with this weird laser that you can only activate after you've charged it. And it's gone. Dear God, I hope it's not as bad as Classic Launch. I was playing on... God. This quest is so fucking annoying. The actual Classic Launch on the server I played on, of Faralina, was... Why is this shit not activating my freaking laser? Come on. I'm about to just skip this quest forever. The most annoying part is even if you kill these mobs, it doesn't even count towards quest credit. Oh, cool. There it goes, activating my laser like 20 seconds later when I'm nowhere near it. Anyway, yeah, on the Faralina launch, it was like 1,000 times worse than the stress tests they did. The lag was like borderline unplayable, and there's no real way to prepare for stuff like that. Unfortunately, I was playing a ranged class, so it was impossible, or I was playing Hunter, right, and we didn't have like an instant tag, and there was like a 3-second delay on auto attacks going off. So I ended up like 3 levels behind even classes like Shamans and stuff, in the 1 to 10. I think it took like 4 hours to get to 12 just because the lag was so unbearable on a ranged class. You couldn't kite at all. You couldn't tag mobs. It was just because that server was so populated that the lag was ridiculous. So probably on most servers they don't have as much of an issue. Yeah, same. Once I got to the Barrens, it was totally fine. It was the initial zone, and like the first 2 hours was basically like playing the game on dial-up. Probably even worse. This quest is really near the top for like most annoying quests that we've done on this route so far. Just having to like sit here on your ass until the game randomly decides to actually charge your laser and let you do the quest. Hey! Yeah, I'm honestly half tempted to skip it, but all these mid-30s and onwards quests are just, they give so much XP though. I just get so annoyed by the fact that it trolls you with this, it like puts a little buff on you for 2 or 3 seconds. You run over to a slime and it's like, oh, your buff's gone, you can't actually use the quest item anymore. I would much rather just kill 10 slimes normally than to do this weird mechanic where they try to let you one-shot it. Because sometimes this thing just... or sometimes the things just won't charge your laser and you just kind of like sit there looking at the slimes for 20 seconds.
Interesting.
But I mean, it gives 4,000 XP, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah, what do you want? Glad I could help.
Alright, more hit. Oh, get the horde crocodile. There's only 2 PvP servers on the entirety of E. That's pretty wild. Oh god, more oozes.
One of the mobs in these tents actually drops a quest starter item as well. Food and drink really starting to not cut it. Ah, here we go. Yeah, this one drops some kind of note that starts a quest. I mean, if you are gonna grind, just do it after you get a big weapon upgrade. On the Alliance side, I'm not sure how the weapon progression for rogues goes. Like, Tactics had a cool trick on the Horde side to solo part of Black Fathom Depths to get a blue sword. Not sure if Alliance have anything equivalent that rogues can do in the 20s. I would say if you are planning on grinding, make sure you have the riposte talent also. I don't know what your build is, but I've heard that the best way to skill rogue early is to take the 5 points in parry and then unlock riposte as soon as possible. Just because it does so much damage for such a low energy cost, and like make a macro that basically just puts riposte on your Sinister Strike as well. So when you're spamming that macro, it'll use it whenever you get the chance.
Need something? Have a good
Here we go. I knew there was a good cloak upgrade somewhere. Strength and agility cloak, hell yeah.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
Hey there. Safe travels.
See how fast Dust Wallow takes us through most of 43. This should be a pretty quick level just because there's so many quests kind of bunched up in the same area down here. Got our hearth set over here to Mud Sprockets. I can just go as far south as I need to get this done pretty quick. And just recall back. I mean, you may have noticed that our Ghost Wolf is instant cast as well, which is something that's new with TBC. They lowered the base cast time on Ghost Wolf from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. So now when you put 2 points in improved Ghost Wolf, it is instant, which is pretty good, I heard.
Time is money, friend.
Yeah, this stuff good.
Hurry back. Oh, do I have a deal for you? Keep it real.
None of the rewards are good when in doubt. Just pick weapons or plate. They usually sell for more.
Well, spit it out.
So we are trying to save as much money as possible for our mount here shortly. Ooh, actually, I don't know where these gloves came from. I guess it was just a random drop, but they're better than the ones I'm wearing.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Okay, we actually do have enough money now to buy our mount. So as soon as we finish this section of Dust Wallow, we'll head over to Exodar, do the cloth turn in there, and buy mount. Indeed I did, Silvos. We are rocking the sickle axe once again, maintaining my crown as the king of RNG. It was pretty similar, took like 100, 150 kills or so. Maybe a little less this time than it did last time. A key to leveling quickly. Honestly, the biggest things, at least for Shaman so far, is just a good weapon progression, knowing where to get weapon upgrades from quests, and then going out of your way to do those quests as early as possible, and maintaining high uptime on Lightning Shield. So that always surprises people how much of your damage Lightning Shield is. It's like our second highest damage ability pretty much through the entire way of leveling. Certain times where it's like slightly higher or lower, you know, depending on if you get a new rank of it. But, yeah. Maintain as much uptime on Lightning Shield as you can. Get the 3 out of 3 improved Lightning Shield at some point when you have the extra points. Go right ahead, Ferrum. Got this poor dragon just getting blown up. Well, I definitely agree with you on the slump at 25, on the Shaman anyway. I would say level 25 to 30 is probably the weakest Shaman is in like the entire leveling process. My kind of workaround for it is that so Shaman aren't very quick at killing things 25 to 30, and they have to eat and drink a lot. So I end up spending a lot of my time while getting to 30 doing those really long quest chains in Duskwood, because they're worth really good XP, and they're kind of annoying because you have to travel all over the place, right? But as a Shaman, it's actually kind of nice, because you have Ghost Wolf, and you don't kill things very fast. So Shaman actually don't mind, like, running around doing all these quests that require you to do a lot of travel instead of just chain killing mobs. So that helps me get from 25 to 30. You can get, like, over 3 levels out of Duskwood, and a lot of the quests are, like, kind of just running back and forth a lot. I think my times are closer to like an hour a level in some of the 20s. I don't know, I could... Next time I'm on a flight path or something, I can open up and show more of the times here, more of the level range. See these quests are not showing up on Questy either. Looks like Questy doesn't have most of the new Mud Sprocket quests yet. Yeah, rest assured, we're not killing mobs like this just in the blink of an eye all the way through the leveling process. This is something that just started happening in the last couple levels. And then sometimes when you get no Wind Fury procs or no crits, then it still takes a while to kill a mob like this one. Yeah. I guess while you're waiting for the pre-patch, you can also kind of level a bunch of stuff to 30 if it's stuff you might want to level later. Since 1 to 30 from classic currently to pre-patch is not that much different. Almost all of the serious time save and leveling, once the pre-patch hits, it's going to be from 30 to 60. Yeah, actually, the first thing I did when I got the beta was level a Blood Elf Paladin. Honestly, like, Paladins are fast overall. I just kind of get bored leveling Paladins because you have so few buttons to hit until, like, level 50 plus. I like playing Shaman a lot more, even though Shaman's definitely not as fast as a Paladin, in the early to mid levels, especially. But at least you're just constantly hitting buttons and doing things. Paladin, it feels like you're AFKing for 8 seconds at a time, up until you get Crusader Strike sometimes. Leveling a Paladin up till 50 is like the perfect time to watch a few seasons of a show on Netflix or something. You really only have to hit a button, like, I don't know, every 5 or 10 seconds. Up until 50 plus, it's a different story. When you have Crusader Strike, when a lot of the mobs you fight are undead or demons, so you can use Exorcism, that type of stuff, then you can actually press buttons. Yeah, I mean, Paladin's nice in terms of leveling speed. Like, they're really strong. I guess it's just personal playstyle of, personally, I just kind of, I get a little bit bored if I'm not hitting buttons pretty frequently. Paladin probably has like the least interaction of some of the leveling classes early on. I was I didn't even really like pay attention to the quest I was doing or something. Thought I was. Yeah, I guess the bones are quite a lot bigger than whatever the hell we're fighting. Alright. I assume that by the time the pre-patch hits, Questy will probably have, I guess I'll put in some notes for them as well, just to let them know which quests they're missing here. But, because yeah, Questy's not actually showing these last few quests we're doing, but I just remember where to go, because we did them a week or two ago. Over here by Anixia's lair is the next one. I mean, yeah, if you don't feel like you're missing out on anything, then by all means. I mean, for the most part, you're putting up, yeah, seal of command, and then just judging like every 8 seconds or so, and then hammer of justice once a minute for extra damage. And mostly just that when you're missing cooldowns. Where the hell is this banner? Here we go. Then between judgments, the 8 or 10 seconds between judgments, it kind of can just feel boring at the earlier levels to some people. But they're certainly still really strong, even if you're kind of just AFK auto-attacking for a little bit at a time between abilities. Then, I mean, they still kill things really quickly and don't take very much damage. I think it depends on the level range, honestly. In the early to mid levels, I'm definitely team Ret Aura as well. Because you need to have a ton of holy damage output for the 10% to outdo what you get from Ret Aura. If you're in like the mid levels and a mob hits you like 5 times, like it is in normal fighting, Ret Aura's doing like 75 damage or whatever. I mean, you'd have to put out 750 holy damage in that same fight for Sanctity Aura to match it. There's no way you're doing that much holy damage till like level 60 plus probably. 60 to 70 is a different story. If you have gear and stuff, then you're probably putting up enough holy damage to make it worth it. I just think at the early to mid levels, there's no way you could really outdo Retribution Aura. Unless you were like insanely twinked out.
Well met for the Alliance.
So I have to click this wreath. Can't remember, do I have to, I think I have to wait for these guys to finish RPing before I can turn it in.
Greetings.
Okay, one of these is good.
Be careful.
Yeah, I'll take 11 strength and stamina over 15 stamina for spirit for sure. Oh yeah, by the way, just in case anyone ever doubted how godly Dustwallow is in TBC, 3/4 of the way through a level in the 40s, and it's been 32 minutes, or 33 minutes. The rest of the level will slow down a bit because we're actually heading back to Exeter now to pick up our mount. Now that I'm living this rich life over here with 47 gold.
Oh dang, I didn't quite make it to 60 mage weave. Man, I was hoping to have 60 mage weave before I went back to Exodar for the mount. Is it faster? It might be. I think it was like an 8-minute flight or something. I think we managed to get like the worst boat timing ever. Assuming maybe I'm in the wrong place. Is that the boat over there? Because the boats and zeppelins are a lot faster in TBC. Ah, here we go. So you end up not waiting very long for them usually. I think we pretty much hit like the maximum wait distance for this boat. You never really wait longer than 2 minutes before the boats and the zeppelins come back. I think normally it should be faster to take the boats to get back. Maybe not. I guess we do have to take 3 boats, huh? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really have the travel times mapped out in my head for Alliance side as well as I did for Horde. Yeah, I probably should get that. If there's one updated for TBC that has like the correct times for boats and stuff. The times are much different from Classic to Classic TBC. And honestly, probably the better play was leaving my hearth over on this side instead of setting it to Mud Sprocket. The hearth and Mud Sprocket barely even saved me any time. I used it like twice, maybe saved me like 2 minutes. It actually would have been a much bigger time save to just probably leave it even in like freaking South Shore maybe. Or, yeah, just one of the places I traveled to while going back over to Dustwallow. Probably would have been the play. And there's no way we actually make this boat, is there? Go, Shaman, go. Go. I can't believe we made that. This boat was already docked when this one was pulling up. Oh, so I guess I may as well start making bandages. I was trying to save for 60 so I could do the cloth turn-in for Mage Weave when I went to get my mount, but we didn't make it, so may as well bandage it up. Getting back to Exodar is probably the worst thing about being a Draenei.
Just the amount of times you have to travel back to Exodar for totem quests and stuff. For the mount. Okay, I'll have to rethink it for the path, but yeah, this was definitely kind of a bit of a time waste with the way I used my Hearthstone over the last hour or so. I'll probably find a spot that is better for both getting to Exodar and then getting back to a leveling zone after Exodar. Than somewhat useless Mud Sprocket. I think we got a good amount of the Mage Weave from killing the ogres. I think they drop mostly silk and Mage Weave. If it wasn't from the ogres, I don't know where it's from then. Because I had a pretty good amount of Mage Weave even when I first went to, or when I went to Dust Wallow. Guess I should have killed more ogres. What was I thinking? Okay, maybe these boats aren't as fast as I thought they were. Or we're just hitting, like, the absolute worst timings. Okay, so we got Exodar. So, for right now, my Hearth to Mud Sprocket isn't too bad, because we can just fly to Ratchet and then take the boat over to Booty Bay after getting our mount. It was just a little bit of a waste in terms of getting back to Exodar, I guess. Honestly, even after getting mount, Ghost Wolf is kind of more convenient for getting around a lot of the time when it's just kind of shorter distances. Because you have to travel a pretty far minimum distance for the mount to actually get you there faster than Ghost Wolf, since you're comparing an insta-cast with like a 3-second cast. And there's not that much speed difference between them. So it has to be a kind of a long distance journey. But we do still need to go down to Tannerus and some other pretty long ass trips. So definitely want to have the mount for those. We don't have a flight point anywhere near Tannerus right now.
The Legion will fall. Blessings upon your family.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Oh yeah, got a fat elephant. Alright guys, we got a good 9 or so hours in. Pretty good progress on this stream. We got from 36 to... actually, we're pretty close to 44 now. So we're gonna call it a night for now, so I don't just go too crazy playing all too much on the beta. Appreciate the follows and everything for people new to the channel. We'll be continuing this run on the way to 60, so want you to tune in if you like the content. Let's log off for now. But yeah, we'll work on the rest of the route. I'll work on updating the guide, maybe make a couple changes, such as that Hearthstone issue.